Ladies and gentlemen, our main event tomorrow night, live worldwide on DAZN. It is scheduled for 12 rounds. It will be for the WBC Interim Super Welterweight Championship of the World. Brought to you by Oscar De La Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions in association with Pro Box. Let's now first welcome the challenger. Coming to us from Orlando, Florida. His professional record, 27 wins, 2 defeats, with 18 wins coming by way of knockout. He is a former world title challenger and former WBC silver champion. Here is Erickson, the Hammer Lubin. And now let's welcome the defending champion. Undefeated with 23 wins, 21 of his 23 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the reigning and defending WBC Interim Super Welterweight World Champion and the fighting pride of Grand Prairie, Texas, Vergil Ortiz Jr. First to the scale, the challenger, Erickson Lubin. 154 for the challenger, Erickson, the Hammer Lubin.
Yo, mic check, mic check. Let's see. What up, Phil Flexen? What up, Juan? Yeah, the main card about to start. I'm just getting my settings together. What's going on, guys? Happy Saturday. Hopefully you guys' week has been good. I haven't been live for a little bit, so it's good to come back to a good fight. All right. What up, Bias Boxing? I love the name. I love the name, man. Yeah, I'm just getting the stream together. Letting you guys all come in, man. What's going on, man? Any upsets, man? Do you guys see the upset happening tonight? What up, bro? What up? What up, Phil? We back. Exactly, man. Beginning to end. Stop playing with me, son. What's up, beginning? What's going on, man? I'm just waiting for a couple more people to come in. What up, relax? What time is the main event? So we got 4 fights on the main card. Well, technically 5, but we got 4 fights to get through before we get Ortiz and Lubin. So just kind of doing a preliminary start for the stream. They had their prelim live stream that just ended on YouTube, so I'm getting ready to log into my DAZN account and then start doing a watch along live commentary. So obviously, if you guys don't have it, I'll give you guys my honest opinion. Joe says Lubin, one ending Lubin upset. I've been seeing a lot of Lubin upsets. JSN, I'm sorry I can't pronounce that. I'm just going to say JSN. Vergil's going to dominate. You know, I favor Vergil in this fight, right? I mean, I think it's clear that this is a fight that they do not want Vergil to lose. But it's definitely a fight they want Vergil to develop. You know what I mean? And get a little bit better. So, can't lie, Ortiz finna whip dude. Just wait on it. Terrence said, yeah, I favor Ortiz, but we can't sleep on Lubin, man. You know. What up, Peel Out? Ron, do you think Ortiz beats Boots? It's like a 60-40 fight for me. And it's because, like, I recognize the shortcomings that, like, some of the things that Boots hasn't been able to show truly, you know, based on the opposition he's faced, right? You know, I question his ability to truly cut off the ring. But, I mean, I think he's a freak of nature. I think both of them are freaks, you know. But I think because Vergil has had tougher competition, you know, it's easier to give him more credit. And I think for Duran, you can see he passes the eye test with flying colors, but his resume doesn't stack, especially if Ortiz beats a Lubin tonight. It doesn't stack compared to Vergil. So it's more like resume versus eye test. And yes, Vergil has looked vulnerable in some of these fights, but, you know, it happens when you fight, you know, good opposition. What up, Mr. Blonde? Lubin look game. All right, cool. I think this is a long enough intro, right? I think I'm gonna switch to my cam right now. Got Vergil by TKO. All right, cool. All right, cool. Let me get my volume down on here so the stream doesn't bleed in. All right, y'all. Perfect. I think it's a good start right there, right? Let me get this coming up. All right. What's going on, everybody? It's Ron Goodall over here at FightHype.com. Appreciate you guys coming out as always, showing some love. You know, just to set the record straight, I won't be streaming or showing the fight. Just a live commentary watch party. So just a chat where we just talk boxing, react together. And, you know, obviously, if you guys don't have a lot of boxing friends, right, this is pretty much where we all can hang out, chat, talk, have honest, fair conversation, right? And what up, Wovaka? What's good, fam? What's going on, man? Kid Austin's choking. Terrence Lubin is in better shape. Can't wait to see him win it. Yo, so all right. So right before I start getting into like the main event and started nerding out about all this stuff, for some people who haven't been here, I just wanted to state I will have the fight that's currently on, the round right here, that the fight's currently on, and then how many rounds is in that fight, and then obviously I'll have a timer set. So at any moment, right, if you don't have the DAZN stream, you're just looking to have pretty much some sort of reference. This is my way of being able to show you, right? So, but Boots has to step in that ring. I don't think he's gonna step in that ring, Raw. I honestly don't. I don't think that's not his demeanor, right? Every time I've talked to Boots, when I went out to Philly, covered his fights, he's always been just kind of like a low-key kind of guy. The only time I've really seen him kind of jump out of his own personal character is when I caught the footage of him and Blair going at it. And it took a little bit while to build up. And then him and Rashidi Ellis out in D.C. underneath the tank and Hector Garcia card. So it's just not really Duran Ennis's nature to really do the whole wrestling antics. But personally, I think to help sell the fight, and if Vergil and Boots are really serious on both ends, then they would have to announce, well, not announce, but bring in Duran in the ring to build some sort of pre-hype. That's the only way to do it. Do like an early face-off. I mean, granted, if it doesn't happen next, that's fine. But regardless, we need that as boxing fans, right? As much as we love a classy fighter, we're somewhat degenerate because we want a little trash talking. We want some face-off. We want two guys to be like, I want to fight him. I want to fight him. We'll get in the ring. You know what I mean? Oh, shit, he's getting in the ring. Face-off. Like, simple stuff. It doesn't have to be pure disrespect. But I think everyone loved that moment when Terrence was beating up Spence and he went to the ropes and he saw Charlo and he was like grabbing his nuts, like doing a Roberto Duran. He was like, yo, you're next. That is kind of what I'm saying, is that in their own way, they don't have to do anything outside of their character because they're both really nice guys. Vergil's a really nice guy. Duran's a really nice guy. That's not really in their DNA yet. At least I haven't seen. So an invite in the ring, a polite call out, maybe a face off, something where we can, as fans, can get that picture of those two together, sizing each other up. I think that will do wonders, even if it doesn't happen next, right? So everything, Fight Hype, what's up, man? Do you pre-read these chats before reading them out loud, or do you just read them out loud? I feel like some trolls in the chat would say, actually, Peel, I just read them. Sometimes I can catch it, but I just try to keep it as authentic as I can. After I kind of sense a trend of a person, then I kind of realize I might have to read it before I read it out loud. But what up, bias? Elite only. Ed, Ortiz has holes in his game. I agree. I was at the Vergil versus Sergey Boyacek fight. I didn't go back and watch the fight, but when I was at the fight, I'll be honest, I thought Boyacek edged the fight out. However, Vergil had a strong second half, and he did rally throughout that fight, and he did hurt Boyacek. And it's kind of the same with Madrimov. He looked like he was losing in the early rounds against Madrimov, but he rallied strong in that second half. So I'm expecting something similar in this particular fight with Lubin, where Vergil might have to rally mid-late, but it depends on how Lubin comes into this fight. I think he needs to be able to box and bang, but not get into a brawl. And as crazy as it sounds, as everyone always says that Vergil is a come-forward fighter, I don't see that. I actually see Vergil, especially at the end of the Madrimov fight, he showed some of his boxing ability to be able to set up shots to hurt Madrimov and get him on the run. So I don't think Vergil is one-dimensional, as people say. I think the Boyacek fight was a lot of emotions because they've had bad blood. When I was at that press conference, I mean, it was bad blood. Like, it was real personal. So I don't know if emotions played in, and Vergil gives me a vibe where he is a very emotionally invested fighter. If someone really offends him, he's really going to take it to heart. Like, I don't think he has a I'm too cool attitude. I think he wears his heart in his sleeve. So, but he definitely has some holes in his game. And I think Duran has holes in his game too, because the Karen fight let me feel like Duran, by all means, may struggle being able to cut off the ring with an effective mover. Most of the people that Vergil fight show a little bit of the dimensions. They can do both. And I'm not necessarily saying that Boots' opponents can't box, but they're not as polished as boxers, I would say, like as a Madrimov. You know, I think Karen was the closest one, but Karen for sure let me feel like Duran might have holes on being able to cut off the ring. You know, he might do great against guys that come forward, but I don't know if he'll be able to look as great against a guy that has great footwork. So I was about to say that, not a step in the ring kind of dude. Yeah, they're not. They're definitely not those type of guys. It has to be. He wants big fights. He wants big guys. Got to go get him. I think Vergil's in a better spot than Duran a little bit. Only because the public perception right now is that people feel that Duran turned down the fights that people want to see him in. You know, I think we see Brian Norman, the welterweight champion, do something that Duran should have did. Yes, Teofimo and Devin Haney, both those guys have started at lower weights at 135 and moved up to 140. But look how much attention Brian Norman is getting for fighting Devin Haney, right? Imagine if Duran Ennis took that Teofimo Lopez fight, even though he was expected to win, because I think Norman is expected to win against Devin. He's the favorite. But regardless, it allows you to have somebody where fans recognize what that person's capable of doing. Yeah, he's a little bit smaller, but, you know, there's still skill there. And by Brian taking the Devin fight and Duran not taking the Teo fight, you can kind of see a really big missed opportunity. And I think Duran, for some reason, has missed a lot of opportunities. And for that, I think Vergil has capitalized on taking fights like Madrimov, and even now the Lubin fight has given him more of a credibility amongst fans. And I think Duran fighting who could have been potentially a tough challenge, but we don't really know who Lima was, by all means. So we're left with the unknown and kind of have to criticize Duran. So I think Vergil's in a better position, especially when he has the WBC interim title, and he can probably force a WBC fight. And I know Duran has some sort of form like a WBA, but the Fundora fight is just an option that Vergil can take. Ortiz will get hurt, but Ortiz late stoppage, I can see that because Lubin has heavy hands. You know, I think Lubin, by all means, outside of Charlo, has managed to hurt everybody he's faced. The question is, as well as he can give it, can he take it? Because his power is not without a question. He's named the Hammer for a reason, right? But everyone's questioned his chin, right? He got dropped by Charlo, which is no shame. But he's got hurt in the Jason Rosario fight. He got hurt in the Fedor fight, which is, once again, no shame, right? These are guys that happen to be punchers. But we really do have to question if Vergil really tags Lubin. Is he going to be able to take the punching power? You know, we've seen Vergil get dropped. We've seen Vergil get wobbled against Mean Machine, but he rallies late. Lubin, I think outside of the Jason Rosario fight and maybe the Terrell Goucher fight, I mean, dude, I can name so many fights that Lubin's been hurt in, and I think that's my biggest concern. We've seen Lubin be able to outbox Jesus Ramos, which was a questionable win. Some people felt like he won. Some people thought he lost. But Jesus Ramos is a puncher, and he went through that fight pretty well. But for the most part, you know, a lot of fighters have hurt Lubin, and we'll see. Both sides are humble to me, more gentleman-like. For sure, both those guys. Vergil beats Duran. I respect that. You know, I think Vergil and Duran is honestly... You remember when Floyd, after the Pacquiao and Berto fight, or actually after the Pacquiao fight, he dropped the belts, and there was a Danny Garcia, there was a Keith Thurman option for Floyd that, by all means, Floyd didn't have to fight Thurman or Danny, but it forced those two guys to face each other to kind of pick up the division. And I know that they're at 154, and, you know, Terrence didn't clean out that division like welterweight, but it almost gives me that same vibe because Terrence was a 154 champion, and now he might eventually run off to the sunset and may have a couple fights. I feel like Vergil and Duran is literally where Thurman and Danny Garcia was after Floyd. So those two needed to fight each other, and they didn't. So I really think that Duran and Vergil are literally in the same position to really make a name for themselves. It's wide open, right? Especially in the American boxing audience. You know, we don't really have an American star after Terrence, you know? And Terrence just kind of hit the pinnacle of that recently. So there's a lot of opportunity for those guys to really settle in. Eddie Hearn's better push after the fight. The face-off would go pretty viral. I think Eddie's just going to do what Duran wants to do. I think Eddie has the idea that he wants to do that, but I don't know if he can force Duran to, you know what I mean? So, plus remember, this is a Golden Boy event, so I don't know if they're going to try to prevent those type of things. That fight doesn't make sense, though. I feel like Vergil for a fight for a belt first. I think, by all means, a belt would help sell the fight, but I do honestly think that having a belt or not, or having a belt or not having a belt really doesn't really change the trajectory of what the fight really means. The only thing that I think probably will happen, though, it will make negotiation harder because let's say if Vergil does win the WBC belt and he's unified. Well, now Duran's going to have to probably take, you know, certain money. Vergil's going to have the leverage. And I think at a certain point, there's going to be mandatory obligations that's going to be there. And then at that point, if that falls through, Vergil might move on to other stuff. So, I mean, I think, yeah, a belt can help, but Vergil has never had a belt. And it doesn't really seem like he's truly caring about it as much as some of the other fighters. Yes, he would like to be a champion, but the type of fights he's taking really lets me feel like he's just kind of wanting to just fight the guys. And I think Vergil truly does want to fight Duran. And I'm not saying Duran doesn't either, but there might be handlers on Duran's side that maybe didn't necessarily communicate those things as well as they should have with Duran, because I think Duran might have been on the outside looking in, not realizing what was going on. That's what he said. So I'm just going by his word. So Crawford. So real quick, the first fight is starting. Rob Safar and and Derek Miller Jr. So I'm gonna read the chat. This is the first fight on the main card. It's cruiserweight fights. Rob Safar is the guy that recently knocked out Sergey Kovalev. So, all right, let me get back to the chat real quick. Crawford beats Duran. I haven't seen dude fight anyone like with a big name, just randomness. Yeah, I think I favored Crawford. I've always favored Crawford. I think Duran is an amazing talent, but you can't take away that experience, dude. That experience, that everything about Terrence right now is just, you can't bet against him. I mean, you have to be like someone like Arthur Beterbiev or Bivol to have a winning odds right now. Other than that, he wipes everybody out at the bookies. Yeah, he has to take initiative. I agree. Vergil is in his growth stage, much like facial hair looks weird and itchy at first before Riz or a factor. I feel like you throw a shade at me, Omega. I got some of that going on. So glad Lubin was the best pick. I agree. This is a very dangerous pick, without a doubt. I do feel that a lot of people have picked Lubin to win this fight. And I understand the reason why. He has a great punch. He's seasoned. He's been in the ring with a lot of great guys. The only people who's lost is Charlo, which may have caught him just, maybe cold. We really didn't really see what his potential was in that fight. He just got caught. He grew from it. And the Fundora fight was the closest thing of being able to sit on top of the throne. But he did really well. And I think this is a really tough fight for Vergil. But I think right now, Golden Boy, as strange as it sounds, has impressed me with their matchmaking lately. And the reason why I say they impressed me with the matchmaking is because, I'm not going to lie, I thought the Tevin Farmer fight was going to be a lot tougher than for Kid Austin. All right? And yes, the matchmaking, when Golden Boy did do it for Zepeda, may have almost cost him the Shakur Stevenson fight. Zepeda still ended up winning those two fights. Very competitive fights. But throwing Tevin Farmer after the Zepeda fight to Kid Austin, really, in my opinion, was surprising. But how the fight played out, at the end of the day, I give props to Kid Austin, but I also have to give props to Golden Boy's matchmaker. So we might see some of that magic tonight. A lot of people forget, a lot of the PBC fighters in the beginning of their career was Golden Boy fighters. Adrian Broner, Jamel Charlo, Deontay Wilder, Keith Thurman. Those guys were Golden Boy fighters. And those fighters went on to do great things later on, but they were able to develop them. So you kind of can't forget that. So I'm looking at this fight as a great pick, like you said. But I think with the matchmaking experience they have, I think they're not too far behind Top Rank, because I think Top Rank does an amazing job. I thought Ortiz lost both fights. He physically beat up, not robberies though. All right, so you thought he lost the Boyachet fight. What was the other fight that you thought he lost? Was it the Majimov fight? Wavaka? Vergil did better than Bud. Yeah, I think he did. Styles make fights. I think Bud was trying to go for the knockout, and I think he kind of, I want to say underestimated Majimov, but kind of maybe didn't respect him because he kind of was in the line for fire a lot. I talked to his team afterwards, and they didn't have the same type of response that Terrence gave me when Terrence was like, I didn't really respect him, kind of like I wanted to keep that knockout streak going. But his team, on the other hand, I talked to Isao, the small Guatemalan, and he kind of was nervous about the decision making, by the end of the fight. So it was a close fight, and I did think Vergil did have a more definitive win. How's Boots number one with the crap fight at 154? I don't think Boots is number one at 154. I think you can't even say Boots is number one because you got guys like Fundora who personally should be number one at 154 because of, his unifications, and his resume is also really polished. But I think Vergil's not that far, even without a belt. And Boots just entered that division with, arguably a fighter where no one really knew. I didn't know. I had to do some research. I had to find out later on that, he fought Aaron McKenna? Oh, okay. He lost Aaron McKenna. Okay. Well, that's his best accomplishment, going the distance with Aaron McKenna. So, Lima was a cab driver. I mean, I don't want to disrespect the fighter by calling him a cab driver, but in that kind of sense, he was there to be a showcase fighter. Absolutely. Crawford fought a very different, unmotivated, less hungry, and very low punch output Canelo. I think you can create a narrative for everything, right? I'm not going to lie. I picked Crawford to win that fight during fight week. fight week, right? I'm not going to lie. Fight week. But throughout the buildup, I thought Canelo was going to win the fight. So for most of that time when that fight was announced, I was in favor of Canelo. So I'm not going to take away Crawford's win because you can't. Like, you really can't. Now, if you're saying that if that was the Canelo that, I don't know, fought Triple G, you know, I get it. Like, less mileage, you know, maybe a little bit younger, maybe still had some more to prove. But I don't really think that Canelo really wanted to lose that fight by all means. I don't think, you know, by saying less hungry and unmotivated, I think he knew what was at stake. I think he knew that losing to Crawford would kind of put a huge dent into his career where he just can't beat that upper echelon fighter, even if they're significantly smaller. So I do think Canelo did put effort. He was frustrated, but I think if we were able to see Crawford have more of those marquee fights throughout his career, then I think we can have a completely different conversation. But a lot of people only base his career off just the Spence and Canelo fight. And if they do, that's really not a lot that you can kind of, I guess, definitively give Crawford credit. I still feel like people take away the credit. I'm not saying like you're taking away his credit. I think you're just kind of saying that Canelo was a different version, and I see it. But I think it's still a very great win. And I think that even if Canelo was motivated, I think Crawford would still had a good performance, seeing in hindsight what he was able to do that night. It's almost hard to dispute that Crawford wouldn't had a very competitive performance at all. But it would have been a different fight. I agree. But in hindsight, Crawford is also older, right? Crawford is, you know, I don't think necessarily in his prime. So I think that also has to be, you know, taken account that if you, how would I say, like if you take away the credit from Crawford, then you have to take away the credit a little bit for Canelo too, right? Because, you know, they said he was inactive 14 months, allegedly off an injury. You know what I mean? 30-something years old, right? So I just think we can easily create narratives for both, but here, let me get this round. All right, Cloud. Do you have to go to college to get into this profession and for boxing? Do you just need to build connections? I'll be honest with you guys. Well, I'm reading all the chat, and I'm reading in order. So if I haven't got to your guys' comment, it's not because I ignored it. I'm just going in order from where I'm at. And for everyone that's kind of wondering, is the main event on? No, we have 4 fights till then. So we have the cruiserweight fight, and it's technically a 3rd round. But to answer your question, did I go to college? No, not for this. I strictly just entered the sport, you know. You kind of go around to some local gyms and you kind of build some relationships. And it took some time. I made some decisions to head out to busier cities like New York and LA and move to more likely fight cities that gave me more opportunities to come across fighters. And when those fighters you bump and meet, those relations, you know, it's all about relations and connections. You build them. And I wouldn't necessarily say it's like the hardest industry to get into, because I feel like once you get in, you're in. Like, you can't really remove yourself out of the sport of boxing. That's why really you don't see anyone kind of, they're not, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like it's that exclusive where like you're in for a little bit and you're out. Once you're in, you're in. So, but no, I didn't go to college, and I just kind of just did my thing. And, you know, just like anything else, I don't think it's a super hard industry to get into, right? Just being frank. I think, as cliche as it sounds, I think almost anybody can get in the sport of boxing. It's just a matter of, do you want to cover boxing, and do you want to put in the effort, just like anything in life. So I think there's harder things to get into, like NFL. I think NBA. I think there's way more harder industries. I think boxing's pretty wild, wild west. And I think I've seen a lot of people who, I want to say, were not deserving, right? But I think probably, in my opinion, if it was any other industry, we're light years ahead. I mean, light years behind of actually being able to cover the sport. So I think it's pretty accessible. You know, you can go to a nearby gym and work out like that and then go from there. Lima's a deer in headlights. Yeah, man, I'm not going to lie. It was what it was, man. When Duran won that fight in that fashion, I feel like he exceeded my expectation because a first round knockout is first round knockout. It's always impressive. But at the end of the day, did you expect anything less? Did you expect Duran to... Damn, Rob Safar almost dropped Derek Miller at the end of the round. Caught him with a good right hand. Oh, but then he eats a shot. But, yeah, Rob Safar just got caught at the end, too. But he caught Derek. But you get what I'm saying? Like, it was what it was, man. Like, it's Lima just was there just for Duran to have his introduction to 154. Vergil don't hit as hard as those guys, in my opinion. He's fast and skilled, however. You know, I really think Vergil does hit hard as hell because that Boyacek fight, the way he was ripping those shots. Because I've been to a couple Vergil fights. I've been to his Frederick Lawson fight, which was only one round. He fought in the undercard, a couple undercards of Canelo. I can't remember who he was facing. I think like a Mauricio Herrera or something. But for the most part, he had a long knockout streak. A lot of people forget that. And when I was at the recent fights he's been at, like, you can tell up close how hard he was ripping those shots, man. Like, he was ripping that shit. So, and he was gonna get a Tim Tszyu fight, remember? So I think Vergil has shown consistent knockout power, consistent power, and I think he hurt Madrimov, right? And he's also shown consistent that he wants to smoke. He wanted Tim Tszyu, you know. He signed the dotted line. Then, you know, he fought Madrimov, and he fought Boyacek. Now he's fighting Erickson Lubin. Like, you can't deny him. Then he fought, you know, Mean Machine when he was at the smaller weight class, which I think is an underrated win because I think he did drop Crawford. But neither here or there. I think Vergil, when you really look at it, is not producing shit performances. Yes, I think maybe the Boyacek fight could have been seen in either or, but for the most part, I mean, you know, he's doing his thing. Isn't Ortiz owed? Nah, they're not. Yeah, he's not owed. Now, Duran is so hyped right now, bro. Already got almost as many IG followers as Benavidez. Duran is on another level. He's about to break through to a superstar status very soon. I get it, but he needs that he needs that opponent, and that opponent has to kind of give it to him versus him give it. You get what I'm saying? Like, I think Vergil is in a better position when it comes to the boxing politics. You know what I mean? And I think Duran, for the longest time, he was signed by Cameron Duncan, rest in peace, who Cameron Duncan was the manager of Brian Norman, Nonito Donaire, Tim Bradley, Terrence Crawford. I mean, the list goes on, right? Brandon Lee. So for that, I think he's always had these issues politically, you know, especially when his weird Showtime PBC thing where he was working with Showtime but wasn't a PBC fighter. Damn, dude, Miller is getting caught with some shit. If Boots wants to be serious at 154, face Bakram next. I agree. I thought that was the most optimal opponent, where I think if he went to 154, took out Bakram, what was allegedly the boogeyman, and if he was the boogeyman, I mean, I think he would have really noted, I think he really would have produced himself as kind of that threat at 154 that everyone needs to not avoid, you know? Because I love when the boogeyman fights the other boogeyman. Like, there's no doubt about it that Bakram is the boogeyman because he's a tough opponent. You know, that knockout with Tim Tszyu was scary. And because his reward is so low and no one thinks he's an easy pick, you know, like that's what really a boogeyman is. Nobody wants to fight him because he comes with a title. If he's easy, go get the title, right? Go get the title. But nobody wants the title because, like, the reward isn't good enough. He's a world champion, you know? So I think if Boots really went to 154 and went at Bacrum, which there's still an opportunity, right? Because I think Josh Kelly is going to be fighting Bacrum, which, that's all orchestrated. I don't know how that's all about. But if whoever wins that, which I think Bacrum's favored to win it, Boots can fight that fight if the Vergil fight doesn't happen next, right? Because I heard Xander Zayas might be fighting the WBA champion, the elevated champion. So he's 27. Yep. How do they keep the pants up without a belt, bro? You never wore shorts that didn't have a belt, like I don't know, like those kind of elastic shorts. That's what it is. Like, salute Lubin getting slept. What up, Carlos? What's going on, man? He needs a belt because they saying that shit. Because they keep saying that shit. I got $5 on Safar. Yeah, Rob for sure. Yeah, Rob is definitely in the position to win this fight, and he's doing a great job right now. He was newly signed to Golden Boy, so they're trying to set him up with Zerto Ramirez. There we go. What round am I? We're in the 5th. Hammer time. Ortiz camp already stated they're not interested in the Boots fight. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of politics that's going to happen, unfortunately, when it comes to Jerron and Vergil. I don't think the fight's going to happen next. I think that because they know that they have options, they're able to play that game, especially if they felt like they gave an opportunity to fight Boots and it didn't happen. Because I think, in a sense, when you're in boxing, dude, it really is a game about being a puppet master, right? Like, who can play the game the best? And I'm not saying that Vergil and them are scared or ducking Jerron, but it allows them later on, if they do fight, to have more leverage. And they're on the opportunity to fight so many other opponents. A Xander Zayas is an option. A Fundora is an option. They have options. So, and it's kind of tough for Jerron because Jerron really doesn't. He has to do it up the rankings. And the only fight that I really think that would really set him apart from everybody is if he does go fight the Bacrum, Belts are indicators of accomplishment. Vergil should have fought for full by now. I was expecting Vergil and Fundora, but here we are, hopefully winner versus Fundora next. I saw this tweet, MAW, that Robert Garcia was kind of stating that since they had the interim, they should have got the Fundora fight, and they were upset that Fundora was on getting ready to fight Keith Thurman, and because of that, Robert put some comments out, and Mauricio Suleiman, replied back. At some point, that fight does need to get made, because I hate when an interim title's sitting there and there's a current champion. Like, there should be no reason why an interim title should exist unless it's to set up the unification. So at some point, the WBC does have to order that and have to make that pretty soon if the Jerron Ennis fight does not happen, which I just don't see it happening next. I need to see Boots in a marquee fight to give a better analysis of him in future matchups. I agree. I think Wavaka, we're all in that same position. I think Andre Ward did an interview or on his podcast with Roy Jones. He described it very well. I mean, you don't have to be a person with two functional eyes to really tell that Jerron Ennis is a talented special fighter. You could be half blind. You could be, I'll say it, you could be blind and can just hear Jerron Ennis fight and can say, yo, this guy sounds special, right? But at some point, you have to eliminate the eye test and really go and put him actually in a real test. And the Stanionis fight was a huge step up in comparison to his other opponents. But based off his contemporaries, his peers, he's still far behind. If it's his fault, that he's not urgently doing what he needs to do to make those fights, or it's, the politics. But regardless, we all are kind of past that point where we're kind of like oohing and ahhing about what this guy can do against lower opposition, but really need to see him really in there with like top guys in the division. You know, Vergil hasn't won a belt, but when you look at basically a resume, he gets Lubin out. He has a way superior resume than Jaron Ennis in comparison, my personal opinion. And so, and Ortiz is still growing, you know, and this is how he's growing, by fighting these fights. So we can't have Jaron just plateau. And I think really, I really would like for him to step up. And I think no matter what he does, he won't get the full credit, because this is how narratives work. You beat him, he's a bum. You know, you lose to this guy, we knew you weren't that guy. But I think the Bachram fight is really a fight where it's not probably hard to make. It comes with a title. And I think you can really impress the world with a performance like that. And stylistically, like, I think he does great with come forward fighters. Bachram is a come forward fighter to a certain degree. And I think you don't really have to worry about the lateral movement that Karen possessed. So I think we need to throw him in, right? Strikers Fishing TV, man. What's up, man? You from Florida? Damn, you're going against the Florida man. Ortiz in decision. Full title. Yeah, I agree. Full title. So Payton Kid Austin's a good Golden Boy main event. Yeah, I mean, that would be a good fight for Golden Boy to make later on. But I know how Kid Austin and them moving. They're on the cusp of a world title opportunity. So they probably will wait till this Tank situation goes out, and they can probably fight for the vacant WBA. Mentioning also, like, talking about, like, Jaron, right? You know, there's a kid that reminds me of Jaron. It's Abdullah Mason. You know, he's a very athletic, explosive fighter who people criticize could have leaky defense. But, you know, at 21, he's already putting himself in a world title. When I talked to Abdullah, I asked him, like, dude, when you get a world championship title at this age, you don't go backwards no more. Like, there's so much more that people are asking for you from this point. So you can't really lower your competition. And he's facing what seems to be a sensible, tough opponent at 21, an undefeated, heavy-handed puncher from the UK, promoted by Frank Warren, which, in my opinion, I think Frank Warren has a lot of great hidden British fighters that always find a way to make something happen, from a Tyson Fury to, you know, Denzel Bentley did really good against Jenna Beck. I mean, Fabio Worley just beat Joseph Parker, you know what I'm saying? So Abdullah Mason is stepping into a fight with one of those type of fighters where we really can't say how good either one is, but we know that they're both making a step up, and Abdullah's doing it at 21, right? So we just need that from Jaron, and if he needs to take a little less money or do certain stuff, then he might, right? Lubin wins. Oh, you thought the Madrimov could have went? Oh, you thought Bud and Madrimov could have went either or? Yeah, I can see that. I thought that was a close fight, and I was there, you know. And I'm a big Bud supporter, but I definitely thought that was a tough fight. Ortiz in decision or draw? Yeah, I got Ortiz. I think I got Ortiz by decision or late stoppage. But a draw is really interesting. But that's probably only if Ortiz is getting pieced up, like, pretty bad. Black and black? Oh, my God. What up? I think you meant to say bet on black, is what you're saying, Wayne? How many fights until Ortiz? We got 3 more. Sebastian, 3 more fights. Kind of surprised this fight is gone as long as it's done, because Rob Safar has hurt Miller a lot, so pretty shocked that this fight's still going on. We're in the 7th round. I'm not even really paying attention. Styles, but there's 3 more fights after this before the main event. So Styles definitely makes fights regardless. AW is a W. Bud is the most accomplished fighter right now. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to dispute Terrence. It's hard to dispute Usyk. It's hard to dispute Inoue. It's hard to dispute Bivol. It's hard to dispute a lot of these guys. So I think they've, especially Terrence after that performance, you know, Terrence and Usyk for sure, and Inoue. Lubin got to treat this like the Bud versus Canelo fight. Keep a stiff jab out there. What up, baby Darky? Keep a stiff, strong jab out there and stay off the ropes. Don't let Vergil plant his feet when he walk you down. Keep turning jab. I agree. I think he has to do a little bit of boxing and a little bit of fighting. You know, obviously you don't want to bang with Vergil. You're kind of walking into what many people feel is like Vergil's game plan. But I do feel like he needs to get some respect from Vergil, and I do feel like he needs to not stay in there too long, because that's what Lubin did with Jesus Ramos. He got enough respect with his punching power, but he didn't take the bait by really dogging it out, right? He stayed on the move. So Lubin shown that he can do that, and he can do that with a very solid, prolific puncher who has skills, because Jesus Ramos is a good fighter. Like, I'm favoring him against Shane Mosley Jr. coming up. Mosley Jr. is coming off great, set of wins. But Jesus is definitely a very good up-and-coming fighter, and Lubin showed his experience in that fight. So he has an opportunity to do the same thing again. However, I think Vergil's a little bit more explosive, as in, like, how he launches. And I think he's a little bit more dynamic. Maybe a little bit more vulnerable, but I think he has a better offense with a less defense than Jesus, which is probably could be the right recipe to get Lubin hurt, because Lubin has been considered chinny. So Vergil is willing to take those type of explosive angle shots. I think he can get it. So Lubin, unanimous decision. I respect it. And on top of it, I really think this is kind of a pick'em fight where Vergil is the favorite and he should be the favorite, but I think that's why everyone's really tuned into this particular fight, because they really do want to know, can Vergil actually beat this type of style against this type of guy? This is another test for Vergil, really. So, and he's showing once again that if he can beat this guy, why people have consistently, without a belt, have thought he's the best guy at 154. What should be the next move for Lubin if he wins? Rematch with Fedor or a boots fight? I think that the Fedor fight makes more sense, right? Because it was a very competitive fight. I think, with his trainer change, he was with Kevin Cunningham when he fought Fedor. Now he's with Coach K. He might feel confident that now that he'll be able to come in there with a better set of tools, and, I think that's an easier fight to make than trying to make a fight with Duran, and especially when there's no money in, like, I want to say money, but I can see them putting Fedor and Lubin on like a stacked PBC card, especially if Fedor gets the Thurman fight and he wins that fight, But I think that's a more winnable fight, because I think, that they were competitive. And as much as I have been saying that Duran has to step up his competition to show us, I do still feel like Duran is the tougher fight for Lubin than Fedor. It's, and then you get no really reward for it. So take the fight that was really close. You were this close of almost winning. And I actually heard Chris Algieri mention something about why his face was swelling up. They said when he was like fighting on Pro Box to stay active, that I think they had those fighter meetings, and in those fighter meetings, they oh shit, I popped my chat out. My bad. Let me fix this while I talk. They talked to Lubin, and it sounded like he was not really a disciplined fighter, and I say that like he didn't maintain his fight weight properly, and so he would blow up. So anytime a fighter blows up, is what Chris was saying, and they go up and down, and they don't really stay in consistent shape, and they kind of have to suck themselves down and kill themselves, they tend to swell up a little bit more throughout the fights. And so a lot of the swelling was coming from, and also Chris Algieri is like a nutritionist too, so like this is also where it comes from too, I'm assuming. But his swelling was indicative to his poor weight management and poor weight cutting. So that really affected how his body reacted to the punches. So it's really interesting. I don't know how true that is, but if that's really the case, and he really is really disciplined, like, because he looks like shredded for this Vergil fight, and he can actually beat Vergil, I think the Fedor fight, with his new mentality, maybe a new trainer, and all this new found experience and wins and all this new change in his life, could really put him into a top dog position, which would then side him again to a drawn Ennis, where he can actually leverage a lot more and also prepare for that fight. So let's see. Vergil, rooting for Lubin, but I think Vergil will get the W. Yeah, I think so. Vergil probably knocks him out, bro. Yeah, I'm favoring Vergil to win this fight. So Canelo was touching up, bud. Yeah, I mean, it's a fight. You know, Canelo is definitely like the favorite for a reason in that Bud fight. So I definitely say that, you know, if they did a rematch, both those guys would make an adjustment. I just think Bud would make the better adjustments, right? Lubin chin seems suspect. I can see Ortiz came on him early. That would be a statement. That would be the huge statement. All right, let me see. Good assessment. I think I lost where I was at. Lubin. Oh, that's where it is. All right. Good assessment. What up, Big Dosser? Lubin got a treat. I think I read that. Vergil will go 12. The southpaw jab and stiff defense is the key for Lubin. It's definitely the jab. Definitely the jab for sure. But the scary thing about Vergil is he throws really mean ass uppercuts and really good body shots. So Vergil is very creative in the way that he delivers his offense. So defense is definitely the key, but also being able to keep that jab, you know, to keep Vergil resetting is really important. But he also has to get his respect, man, because if he doesn't respect Lubin, I think he's just going to keep going after him. Safar cheesed off now. He's looking to end Miller ASAP. Yeah, this fight is going a lot longer than I anticipated, man. I mean, I don't really know too much about Miller. I've covered Rob Safar in Vegas, and he's a really strong guy, you know. Didn't know what to expect out of the Kovalev fight when he fought him. You know, I just had to watch it. But a little bit of Kovalev being a little bit old, you know, also moved up to cruiserweight. Probably played a factor in being knocked out. But Rob showed great poise in that fight. So I think he's still developing right now. And you can see, like, the talent's there. The power's there. But just a little bit more pro seasoning, because a guy like Miller Jr. right now looks like the perfect opponent for Rob to have a highlight reel. He just can't really put it together. And he gets caught a little bit in between, too, with some of these shots that he shouldn't have. So Crawford versus Lara or Janabek? Essentially, who do I think is going to win that fight between Janabek and Lara? I think Janabek is the more, like, the fight that has the fans more interested, all right? But at the end of the day, I mean, Janabek has to also show that he can get past an Asian Lara, because it's still Lara. You know, Lara is, I believe, is the oldest champion right now, and he's kind of like in his Bernard Hopkins stage. So Lara's crafty. You know, he stays in good shape. You know, people don't really beat Lara. So we'll see. I think Janabek is very athletic, explosive, young, and I think Lara's legs isn't there as it used to be. So I think Janabek's the safe bet, but I wouldn't be surprised if Lara was able to outbox and outpoint him. So, but I don't really think Crawford really is looking at that fight. I mean, I think he has a lot of options out there. I think that might be one of the options, but I wouldn't take that video that he did when he's saying, Janabek, I'm looking. I got my eyes on you. Too serious. I think that was just kind of for play. And I think that was just his way of just showing support, because, you know, they were both top ranked fighters. And I think that they probably had some good conversation. Right now, we're on the Rob Safar fight. Rob Safar is winning this fight. After this, we got 3 more fights, and then we got the main event. Wish Charlo was still in the mix at 154. I mean, he still is. It's just inactive. So he is, but he's not. So I think he does need to have a comeback fight. But once he does and he reintroduces himself in the division, then I think Charlo has a good opportunity for a lot of these fights. But I get what you're saying. Like, I wish he didn't take the Canelo fight. And I wish he was kind of just at 154, because we could have maybe gotten Crawford Charlo. And then maybe Crawford Canelo. You know what I mean? So, but at a certain point, however, Charlo had mandatories. Tim Tszyu was a mandatory. Then there was injuries that went through that postponed it. Then Bakram became a mandatory. And then I believe Bakram was a mandatory. And then I think Madrimov was on. You know what I mean? So it's just eventually they didn't make the Bud fight pretty soon. Like, those belts would have been stripped. I'm in Houston. I just start going to boxing gym hoping to learn how to be a cutman. Yo, that's word? Really, Wolvaka? I did not know that. What gyms are you planning to go to? Because I think in Houston, Ronnie Shields is out there. You should definitely see if you can get in touch with Ronnie Shields. You know, it's probably a lot of opportunity there to learn. That'd be a great gym to go to. David Morrell, Jamal Charlo, Vito Milanicki. He has some Cuban fighters. Yeah, definitely see if you can try to figure out how to get in touch with Ronnie Shields, you know. A 160 title or undisputed is the last box for Bud to tick to improve his legacy even further. What Adames is doing. Who is Adames fighting next? I really think at this point, I mean, I don't really think adding anything more to his resume is really going to change the trajectory of what he's done. He's been undisputed in a couple, well, technically 3 couples too, divisions, but it's the marquee win, you know, that he got Canelo that really solidified his career. And I think anything else would improve it, but it really won't change much, you know? Like, when you think about Pernell Whitaker, people think about his wins at, you know, 135, 140, 147. But people can't tell me who he fought at 154. You know what I mean? So it does add to it by saying, all right, Terrence is a 5 or 6 division world champion. You know, how Ring Magazine's trying to promote it. The only 5 lineal Ring Magazine. You know, I get it. But at a certain point, I think having the marquee names now will allow the legacy to kind of flourish on a more mainstream level. Because like I said, people don't really even know who Pernell fought for 154. You know? You know, and it was that dude was big. It was a big dude. I think he'd even drop Pernell. But I just really think that personally, I think Terrence could just ride off in the sunset right now. I think anything else should just be a homecoming fight in Omaha and just end it there. Like, he should probably look for like a Chris Eubank and Conor Benn winner or something like that, where he can make a lot of money and maybe go to the UK or something. But I don't know. Terrence also doesn't really move that way, so we'll see. GPS, what's up, man? Let's go, Lubin. Boychuk broke Vergil's KO streak. No, I like Vergil, but I had Boychuk winning, to be honest. The knockdowns were the difference. Yeah, I had Boychuk winning that fight. Boychuk didn't I don't think let me see. Who stopped Vergil? Vergil Ortiz. Vergil's knockout streak ended, was it with Boychuk? You're right, it did end with Boychuk. Huh. Learn something new every day. I didn't even put that together. He was the first guy to make it to the distance. Boychuk broke Vergil's streak. Yeah, you're right. He did. But I did have Boychuk winning too. I thought he won at the fight. See, Jay, You a boxing head though, okay? You a boxing head, or you either Google that. you a boxing head, Jay. Okay? You a boxing head. All right. That's what it is. But just kind of adding to context is what I'm saying. It's like, go in and get some marquee names, you know? But yeah, you a boxing head. That's for sure. Or you were able to live that time. That was actually a good win, though, Jay. I think that's an extremely underrated win that Purnell had. Erickson Lubin by KO. When is the main event? We got 3 more fights coming up. Hopefully they actually end a little bit quicker. Hello, bro. You go with Lubin for the win. What up, Mervin? I actually have Vergil. I got Vergil, man. I typically go with the favorites for most times. But would I be surprised if Lubin pulled it off? No. You know, if you're a betting person, I'm not giving betting advice, but if you did put a little bit of money on Lubin, I don't think that's crazy. I think that's it's a fair bet, you know, because of the stuff that he was able to get off against good opposition. Vergil versus Madron was another goodie. Vergil got the nod for me there, though, to be honest. Yeah, I think that was a more clear, decisive loss for Madrimov than the Terrence one. At the moment, I take Bachman over anyone in division. I agree. I think Bachman needs his shot. Everyone talks about Jaron Ennis needs his shot, but Bachman just took apart Tim Tszyu. Where's his shot at? Listen. It's going to be Robin Safar. I think Robin Safar, based off his facial expression, he knows he won. I think he has some blood on his thumb. I think he just kind of wanted to get like a highlight knockout, you know, because his last fight, he didn't get that. And I think he really wanted it in this fight. So Derek Miller Jr. looked like a tough, solid guy who can take a lot of punishment, you know. But like I said earlier, I think Rob is the guy right now who's still developing as a cruiserweight. Bachman versus Kelly is a goodie. Boots called out Bachman, but saying and doing are 2 different things. I thought Boots versus Bar was most likely next, but full props to Zayas chasing unification ASAP. For sure, man. For sure. I mean, I don't know what happened with that. I don't know how Xander was able to get that. I'm just mind blown, man. I'm just curious how Jaron's career is moving like the way he is. My man said, come on, man. He beat him for a title. Absolutely. No, trust me. Trust me. That's why I said, oh, shit. There's always that guy that impresses me. But I agree, like, you know, like, you can get, like Janabek is that to me. I think Terrence beating Janabek is extremely impressive. But when you move away his career, I think Charlo... you know what I'm gonna say? Like, I feel like Charlo. I'm not saying that go give Charlo a shot, but I'm just saying like Charlo will be a win that I think people remember better than Janabek, even if there's a title. And I think there could be an opportunity for that fight to make some money, but you have to rebuild Charlo. I just don't know how to do that yet. But at the end of the day, man, Bud could do what the fuck he wants. I think he could fight Janabek, Charlo, someone's mama, like, you know what I mean? He's earned that right, so. Ayo, man. AMAW. What's up, man? $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. You ain't really got to do all that. My small contribution to the appreciation fund. Respect your opinions, brother. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate everyone here just taking the time to just hang out, all right? This is just a big chat, you know, a big watch-along party. And like I said, I'll read everyone's chat just because I know that feeling where you just want to have a community to talk boxing with that isn't race baiting or trolling or just a very honest difference in opinion, right? People are allowed to have difference in opinions in the chat. And I actually promote it, right? I would never disrespect anyone's opinion, right? And I actually feel that if you feel it in your gut, you should speak on it, right? And we can intelligently, you know, debate amongst each other in here. So I actually really appreciate all you guys for just being super respectful. Like, no one's been crazy in here. No one. I think I haven't got to everyone's comments. I see K-Rob said, turn your camera on. People think too much of themselves these days. I don't know if that's a shot at me, K, but if it is, man, you know, so be it. Other than that, everyone else hasn't been negative, and everyone's been feeding off everyone's comments, really respectful. No one's been name calling, and that's really all I want. Is just all you guys to just have a chat we can just conversate, because really boxing is a niche sport, and it's so hard. It's almost like when you go somewhere and you hear someone talk about boxing, because we're all boxing fans, right? You just kind of smile because you don't really hear that compared to football and boxing, at least here in America. So when you hear someone talk boxing and they know what they're talking about, even if you have a difference in opinion, it's very refreshing, and you can chat all day, right? You can literally build a legit friendship if it's at a bar or at a party or even at the workplace. So I really appreciate how all you guys have just been really cool and haven't been very hostile. So Robert Garcia previously said they needed 48 months to fight Boots. You know, I'm kind of at a point, BT, where it's almost at the point where it's getting to word semantics. And when I mean that like that, it's like if you nitpick enough, you can kind of catch them both contradicting each other, like on both sides. So we're kind of unfortunately in that weird space where it doesn't matter what they say now, because you kind of just have to just sit and wait and see what they do and then judge them based on their actions. And if Vergil is taking certain type of fights and Duran's taking certain type of fights, you can kind of tell who really is kind of trying to make the best of their career and entertain the fans versus just doing what's best for them, and that's it, right? I think right now Vergil is doing a great job entertaining the fans, because I think every time Vergil is taking a fight, I think the fans, even though we do want Duran or Xander or Fedor, I don't think I've been disappointed with the choices of Erickson Lubin, Madrimov, Boyacek, and even when they try to make the Tim Tszyu fight. I think most times than none, I've been looking at Vergil like, hey, not bad. That's not bad. That's pretty good. So I think if Vergil continues to make those type of fights, even though we don't get to Duran in this fight, I will be okay with it. I just think Boots needs to do the same thing too and not fully rely on that, because I really think at this point they're both contradicting. So I'm beyond really picking a side on who's right or who's ducking who. I think now I'm just kind of looking at who does the better of themselves on the current circumstance. And if Duran goes and fights like a Bakram or goes after like, you know, someone in that division, like if he managed to get a fight with Charlo or something, like, then now I'm feeling, regardless if we didn't get this fight, we're getting quality fights from them. And that's really what we can do. So, but I'm very sure that those two, from hearing Bozy, hearing Robert, hearing, you know what I mean, a lot of contradicting. Bakram is the 154 boogeyman right now, no doubt. Yeah, nobody wants to fight him. You know, Stanley winds up his hooks and comes straight. Boots has almost as much fights as Crawford, but not the best opposition. Yeah, I think that's the really unfortunate part about Duran Ennis, is that we're really kind of basing what we think he can do based on what he's actually able to get in the ring. And I think that imagination can go so far. Because Stanionis I think he's a good fighter, but it's not a fighter that I think no one really thought that Duran was going to lose. Like, if you're being honest, like you're not hating on Duran, right? If you're legitimately being honest, Stanionis' style doesn't really challenge Duran's style as much. So I'm not surprised that Duran was able to perform the way he did. So he needs to kind of drastically make certain things, because the Teofimo, if you were here earlier upstate, I brought this up. Teofimo Lopez was in the position of potentially fighting Jaron Ennis. And from what I've heard, the Jaron Ennis, like, they didn't take the Jaron Ennis didn't take the Teofimo Lopez fight. Regardless of what people thought, that Jaron was going to beat him, he's bigger and all this type of stuff, it's unfair. That's what people were saying about Brian Norman against Devin. Brian Norman is bigger. Teo and Devin both are coming up in the same weight class from 135 to 140. They're both extremely accomplished based on accolades and accomplishments, right? And by all means, you know, Brian Norman's getting praise and getting a lot of attention for taking the Devin Haney fight. And he's the favorite to win that fight. Jaron would have been the favorite to beat Teo, but for some reason that fight didn't materialize. So it makes me question, like, why are you choosing to fight certain other fights opposed to the fights that can help build your notoriety? You know? I really don't know. I'm just a little confused about that. Miller has shown good durability so far. Yeah, he took a lot of punishment in that Rob Safar fight. I'll have to keep my eye on him. So, Eric Bell, what's up, man? Glad to be back on here. Sorry it took a minute to get down to your comment. I'm just going through it. Glad to be back here with you, man. I give Lubin a shot winning because the caliber fighter he is, but Ortiz still could mess around and win. Yeah, I think he's going to win that fight, man. But we're all here for the same reason, man. And you know what's kind of crazy is that we're watching Vergil Ortiz take on Lubin. And then if Vergil wins, we're looking on seeing if he's going to want to take on Boots. And if he says let's say he calls out, say, yeah, I'll fight Boots. I don't care. Let's make it happen. Dude, Vergil's consistency is just next level. Like, you can't even be mad at that. And if that fight does get materialized, dude, Vergil has shown a track record of just fighting tough opposition, or what many people feel is upset. Like, I thought Vergil was going to lose to Madrimov. I'll be honest. I'll throw it out there. I thought Vergil was going to lose to Madrimov. I thought it was a crazy fight to take. It was very risky, especially the way he was coming off the Boyacek fight. Very, very tough fight. And he went in there and did his thing. So Vergil was consistently, again, shown, like, if he takes the Boots fight or even recognizes it again, because he did say he did take the fight before, and he was down to do it, and that's how we got the Madrimov fight, allegedly. I can't say nothing negative about Vergil, you know what I mean? So, anyway, Nakatani, I think Nakatani's jab length would be too strong. Dude, I really think Nakatani has a tremendous chance of knocking it out Inoue. You're talking about a guy who is naturally bigger than Inoue. You're starting to see Inoue, not say plateau, but being forced to have to really dig into his boxing ability, because if he gets into these brawls or these tough man contests with these guys in his division, he gets dropped, he gets hurt. I mean, people even thought he got hurt at the last 10 seconds against the MJ fight, right? So that means consistently in this new division, he has been getting hurt a lot. So Nakatani is just a weight class below, and Inoue started at a very small weight class. So Nakatani has a vicious left hook. He has the momentum going. And at a certain point, man, I've never really had the luxury to speak to Inoue, but from what I've kind of gotten, you know, from some of the reporters and people in Japan, like, Inoue might be hitting at that point where he might be getting a little comfortable. And Nakatani is an opponent where when you're hitting that point in your career where you're a little bit comfortable and maybe not as, you know, on, you know, and you're doing all these other things and you're distracted by being that man in Japan, Nakatani could be that guy that really comes in and shakes things up. So I favor Inoue because he's Inoue, but I'm at like a 45-50 or 55-45, almost pick'ems in that Inoue Nakatani fight. I do see something special in Nakatani, you know. Bud, Usyk, and Naoya right now are top 3 pound for pound, no doubt, without a doubt. They are undoubtedly been best of this era for sure, no questions. That's all. If they all retire, that's the Hall of Fame class. I feel bad for anyone that's on that ballot. I got Zayas being ready for Baru unification title, but he can't be getting caught by silly hard punches because Baru is what showed in the Tellers fight can pop a little. Yeah, that threw me off, man. I didn't expect Tellers to lose that fight. I didn't expect that. And, to be honest, I think someone was telling me this, Eric. I don't know where I heard this from. This wasn't my original thought, but I've heard it somewhere where someone, Furno, the fight's on DAZN. Sorry. Someone was like, yo, Xander's that type of guy where he looks like he can't beat nobody until you put him in the ring, and then he finds a way to beat the guy. Meaning, like, he's always going to be the underdog. He's the guy that everyone thinks is going to beat him. Vergil's going to beat him. Boots is going to beat him. He doesn't look special. He doesn't really, doesn't look like that in a bag of chips, but managed to pull out the win. That might be Zayas. Zayas might be that guy where you just really don't see any special effects, but he gets the win, and that's all it takes. What up, Ernie? Quick question. Do you believe Vergil Ortiz is a little under pressure considering what Boots did to Lubin's opponent? What Boots did to Lubin's opponent? What do you mean Lubin's opponent? They have Lubin has a shared opponent that Boots fought? They never fought. Let me read that again and try to see and fix what you meant to say. Do you believe Vergil Ortiz is a little under pressure considering what Boots did to, I think you meant to say, like, his opponent? No, because I think, Ernie, if that's what you mean, like how Boots looked, I think it's a matter of level of competition. I think Vergil can have a really here we got Joshua Edwards and Zeno Voris in the ring right now, but I think it's a level of competition. I think nobody really expected much from Lima. I think everyone expected Duran to run through it, while people right now are potentially expecting Lubin to upset Vergil. So I think there's really not a comparison in pressure. I think it's just a matter of just get the win. Because Vergil can get the win over Lubin, and it'll still be more credible than what Boots did. It wouldn't be as, dramatic, right? Because Boots went in there and knocked him out in, a minute. And that's really cool. But at the end of the day, Erickson Lubin's a way higher caliber of a fighter than that opponent. So, no disrespect to Lima, but it's just, you can't base that off just because he knocked that guy out in one round. That really doesn't add pressure. If Duran went off and did that to Bakram, maybe. But as a fighter, you can't really also base someone else's performance on what you did or doing with this guy, because they're different opponents. They're completely night and day fighters, different styles, But as a public, it's always, what have you done for me lately? So, what are your predictions? Fight Joshua Edwards and Zeno? Joshua Edwards. Joshua Edwards is like the new crowned Golden Boy heavyweight. I think he's heavyweight, right? He's just this guy where you can tell he's going to be brought in to set up to kind of get an early knockout. He's 6-round fight. He's trained by Ronnie Shields. It's really just kind of one of those type of showcase fights, to be honest. So if Voris does make this a difficult fight, then it pretty much is going to give a big glaring concern on who Golden Boy should be promoting, because this is not one of those type of fights. This is one of those type of fights to really get Edwards out there and just seen a little bit while the new heavyweight division is starting to come through. But I expect a knockout. I don't know how. I don't know really much, but I know Ronnie Shields isn't just training some random bum. It's funny, we were talking about Tellus. That was also, I think, trained by Ronnie Shields. But you know, it took a solid, you know, a solid opponent to beat him. So Diego Pacheco versus Crawford. Yeah, I don't see that fight happening. Laura went from a boxer at 154 to a boxer puncher at 160. Legs might be slower now, but yeah. I mean, you've seen that same thing happen with Gilmore Rigondeaux, you know? Gilmore Rigondeaux started to sit down and fight a little bit more. So those Cuban fighters back then were a lot of movement. The Cuban fighters now, they like to fight. So all right, I think I'm almost caught up with chat, guys. So bear with me. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Appreciate the love, Phil. Appreciate the love from you, Ma. Is Teo Kerr really going to happen? These divas need to get it on temp. Let me reset my clock and set the next round. Let me make sure my rounds. It's a 6-round fight. There you go. I've been hearing that fight was for sure happening from like the relations, like the hearings, my sources, the things I've heard. The one thing though is like I feel like them over talking about it for so much does kill the hype a little bit. I kind of wish they kind of kept underneath the wraps just a little bit, so when it did or does get announced, it's kind of more of a shock factor, and then we can really just go into the fight. This is one of those type of things of like when you kind of talk about a fight being allegedly made for way too long, you kind of get sick of it, right? And I think that if it gets announced, it's more of that feeling like kind of what you said, like, oh, finally, right? Oh, you know, how long have we been talking about this? So, unfortunately, I think the way that they're going about it isn't the best, but I think once they officially do announce it and we do get a press conference and it's officially real, then I think the hype starts to come back, and I think we'll really start to settle in and kind of really, really get, you know, super, super, super pumped. But if it is January 31st, I mean, that's pretty close. They need to kind of announce it pretty soon. But I'm expecting that to get announced. If so, probably soon, if it is for January 31st, because they need to be able to promote it, you know? So what's happening with Top Rank? They're working their network deals and stuff like that. I mean, as you can see, they're putting their fighters on a lot of people's platforms, Victor. Tiger Johnson was on Pro Box, and he just won by an impressive knockout last night. Michaela Mayer just became a unified 3-division world champion. Guido just fought one of Eddie Hearn's heavyweights and knocked out him. Scooter Davis recently signed, will be fighting on November 22nd out in D.C. You know, Espinoza, Emiliano Vargas, they're going to be fighting out in Mexico on, I think, like Telemundo or something like that. So that's what's going on with the fighter side. They're keeping them extremely active. Oscar Valdez just fought. Just keeping them very active without a network, which is very impressive. They're essentially working out deals. And then obviously Brian Norman versus Devin Haney, right? So they're working these deals out and getting their fighters active, which I'm very, 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 very impressed with them to do that, right? Fighters have promoters with network deals and still can't get fights. Top Rank is doing a great job with that. But as in the network deals, I've heard a couple things. I don't really want to spread rumors because, you know, I'm not for sure. But I was told by some very credible sources of at least a potential network, which is interesting. You know, the network is definitely something that a lot of Americans do have. But, and it's a network that boxing hasn't been on. It's like a completely new endeavor. So I personally don't really know, but I did hear that they're going to probably work around with a couple different platforms. And the way that they're moving right now has kind of shown that regardless if they're not having a platform, they're willing to put their fighters on other people's platforms and make great fights. And Top Rank is doing a really good job with that at the moment. So I take my hat off on them because you can see Abdullah Mason's fighting Sam Noakes. Brian Norman's about to fight Devin Haney. You know, those are top ranked fighters. And they're giving good fights, you know? So, Steven versus Fulgham, who you got? Good question, Brian. I think Darius Fulgham has shown a lot in that last fight, which he was really close on winning against Bektemir. And I think really it was a learning experience. It was a huge step up for him. You know, I remember I talked to Darius not too long ago, and he kind of learned a lot from that fight, he told me. And it really just comes with, you know, maturity. It was a big step up. And Oscar De La Hoya and Bernard Hopkins still have a lot of faith in them, what he told me. You know, it really doesn't. I don't think when it comes to Golden Boy that when a fighter loses over there, they throw him away. You know, they're very good at just not throwing away their fighters after a loss. And I think they saw a lot of potential from Fulgham. And I think that they're putting him back into a fight that they believe will test them again. But it's not as big of a test as the Bektemir fight, but good enough to keep him sharp and build his confidence. So, undercard is mid. It's not the most eventful. It's a showcase undercard. It's the best way. To be honest, remember, we were actually supposed to get Kid Austin versus Jojo Diaz on this card, and Kid Austin had an injury. So, there was a little bit more meat on the bone because, you know, people want to see Kid Austin after that Tevin Farmer fight, and Jojo Diaz, even though he did lose against Regis, put on a hell of a performance and arguably Momos was on his way of knocking Regis out at times. But there was a little bit more meat on the bone. So, you know, when some of the meat falls off and hits the floor, you know, you kind of get left with whatever you got hanging there. So, but Turney Bailey, man, this is a pretty bad fight. My expectation was for this to be a heavyweight showcase. So ideally, Edwards, if he does want to impress the world as a potential new up-and-coming American heavyweight, we got to see what we need to see. Knockouts, right? Sadly. With Hammer, you're with Hammer. What up, Samuel? I'm with Hammer because he's been through more hard fights. He has the greatness that no one liked. But it's Hammer time. For sure. Listen, this is a fight where I wouldn't put my life savings on Vergil Ortiz. I'm personally just riding off the momentum. I do like the things that Vergil does. I do question a little bit in Lubin in his career if he's able to take these type of tough fights and consistently win, you know, over and over and over. I think the Jesus Ramos fight was a tough fight that arguably people felt could have went either or. I think Vergil right now in his career has shown that he's starting to peak, you know, and the Majamov fight really impressed me. So that win alone has shown me that Vergil can really take on some really good opposition and find a way to win that fight. And he's shown grit in the second half. Lubin is a guy that a lot of people feel is chinny, man. You know what I mean? A lot of people feel is chinny. And, you know, I do feel like Vergil is starting to come in his own. And I don't think Golden Boy really did put him in a position to fail. But they are testing him. So, upsets can happen. Vergil fan, Teal fights never materialize, though. They never do. They stopped the fight because of a cut. We got 2 more fights before the main event, y'all. 2 more fights before the main event. Oh, man. I mean, maybe it's a bad cut. I don't think that's a fight-worthy stoppage, though. I mean, listen. I'm happy the card is moving on, right? Like, I don't really want to be dragged into this if it goes 6. But I do feel like that cut wasn't worthy, and I feel like this was a premature stoppage for a cut stoppage. David Stevens started. You're talking about Fulgham Stevens? No, that hasn't happened. That's the co-main, M. We got one more fight and then the co-main. The next fight will be Amari Jones, which I hope that doesn't go to distance. Amari Jones was the guy that was signed with DHP. I've seen him do some good work out in Vegas. He sparred Tim Zoo. He sparred, obviously, Devin Haney. Sparred some good guys. Caleb Plant. So he's an undefeated, newly signed Golden Boy fighter, which is ironic because he went from Devin Haney to Golden Boy, which Devin is not a big fan of Golden Boy, but I know it's an opportunity for him. So I know it's nothing like I know Devin's still cool with Amari, so it's nothing personal. Vergil's a real one, no doubt. Love his respectful attitude, dude. Drama overrated in my honest opinion, but understandably it sells. Realistically though, I look at boxing as a sport and I love it. And I follow to see who is the best. Yeah, for sure. I think at the end of the day, boxing is a form of entertainment. So regardless of it being a sport or not, people just want to be entertained. And drama always sells because it's part of the entertainment. You love the sport aspect, which I love. And I'm a little degenerate. I do love the wrestling aspect of it too. But it just helps sell and promote the actual fight. If it's a good fight that can also entertain you outside of the ring, then you got a mega fight. You got a superstar fight. But if it's magic inside the ring, that's really what it matters to us hardcore fans. If it sells, if it's entertaining outside but it's shit inside, then it kind of doesn't really help the sport so much, because at that point, you were able to get their wallet, but are you able to keep their wallet to keep spending? And so I think it's really important to have really good fights. So I agree with you on that. Boots destroy Vergil. Vergil's garbage. Damn, Antonio. Damn. I want to say Vergil's garbage now, man. He's fighting good opposition, man. You can't say anyone that's fighting fights that you're interested in wanting to see as a garbage fighter. Now, if you're saying that you believe that Boots will make Vergil look ordinary, I respect that. I mean, I favor Boots to beat Vergil, but that's only me because I believe that Boots can do it, But when you kind of look at the resume, Vergil is clearly giving the fans the better value fights, in my personal opinion. Both entertaining fighters. Not taking away Boots' entertainment factor, but it's just like, you can't really call Vergil garbage if he's fighting fights that fans are more interested in than, you know what I mean? So that's just me being polite. Me giving Vergil credit, because you never want to say Boots going to fight this guy that everyone wants to say and he's garbage, and what, he beats garbage? That's pretty rough, brother. You know what I mean? Even as if you a Boots fan, you want to build your opposition up, man. Norman versus Boots like Goku versus Vegeta. They're meant for each other. Same way I thought Muro and Benavides were meant for each other. It's that close. I think Boots beats Norman, but at the end of the day, I picked Santillan to beat Norman, because Norman didn't look great in his last 3 fights leading up to it. So he proved me wrong. I haven't went public on truly who I think is going to win the Norman fight or Haney. But if I do end up picking Haney and I'm wrong, that means Norman has proved me wrong twice. So that's why I'm got to be very careful on how I pick that fight. Because I don't like picking against guys that I've been wrong. And it becomes a habit. Because at that point, I really need at a certain point, really need to go, what the fuck am I constantly picking this guy to lose and I don't see it, all right? So I see why Norman's the favorite, but I think Haney should be the favorite, but I just haven't really made my public pick, But at the end of the day, I do think Norman and Boots would be a really entertaining fight to sell, but I would favor Duran also in the Norman fight. Rocket probably stops Boris early. Who's Rocket? What's your predictions? Yeah, that fight just ended. Yeah, that's what I meant. Haney versus Norman should fight Boots. No, because that's at 147. If Haney beats Norman, he's not going to 154. No, if Norman beats Haney, I still think. I think, yeah. I think Norman can stay at 147 a little bit longer, but he could go to 154 right after. But I don't know. I don't feel like a win after Haney forces you to have to go to 154. There is such thing as over marinating. Oh, for sure. For sure. I did this interview with Brian Norman, and I think I was getting killed in the comments. I don't know if you guys saw it. I was getting a lot of hate, right? And it was because I was giving credence to the idea that when I heard Brian Norman versus Devin Haney when it was first made, my first instinct in my mind was like, yo, that's a crazy fight. Why are they fighting each other? This really don't make sense, right? And it's not because I want fights like that to over marinate, but realistically, we don't get those type of fights at those type of times of their careers. So he mentioned something, the same thing like that. That's what made boxing kind of lose some of its appeal, because a lot of the fights that was made was not at the times that people felt they should have, right? So I do respect them for making the fight. And I think if we get more of those type of fights in modern day when it kind of, quote, isn't over marinating, I think we'll have a lot better, happier fan base than we did previously. But there is a business side. These guys do have to make money. They can't just fight to fight. It has to pay off. So the risk does have to match the reward. But if you do make it go long, way too long, right? You over marinate. Just like you just said, you over marinate meat, leave it in the fridge too long. It can get a little bit sour. It can over break destroy the meat. Goes from tender to a little too mushy. Some mold starts growing. So I think there is a sweet spot, and I think we need to get there a little bit sooner. I know you're good when it comes to this boxing stuff, but do you feel like Booth's career would end like Rocky Marciano's career? Good record, but fought no elites. No, I think Jaron Ennis might be in a similar position where, like Bud Crawford, right? Heavily criticized. I mean, maybe worse than Bud Crawford, to be honest. What I mean worse is that Terrence at a certain point was criticized on his resume to a certain extent because they were still calling him like a pound for pound fighter. They were still calling him the pound for pound guy. They were still calling him a 50-50 fight with Errol Spence and all these other guys. I think with Jaron Ennis at this point in the career is nowhere near that. So I think the criticism is way worse. Way worse. But the politics, the position, it reminds me of Terrence Crawford. You see the ability. You just want to see him in marquee fights. And it's something where, just like how I thought Bud would beat everybody that he's faced so far, and even Canelo. I doubted the idea first, but when it came to fight where I still picked Bud, I feel like when Jaron gets in the ring with everybody that we've talked about, including Vergil, I will end up picking Jaron because I just feel like he can do it. But it doesn't really seem like it's going to happen anytime soon. It doesn't seem like it's going to happen next. It may not even happen next year. Shit, some of these fights may not even happen. And so because of that, we never got Bud versus Thurman. We never got certain fights like Bud versus Pacquiao. I think we're going to see Jaron go through a part of his career where he's going to get criticized. He's going to have fights that are lackluster based off the name. And when he finally gets the opposition, I think he will actually show out, but it won't be until a later time. And that's the unfortunate part. I don't really think Jaron is really taking the right fights. I don't understand why he didn't take the Teofimo Lopez fight. I still don't understand why that was just not a factor. Maybe he was struggling to make 147 and maybe that's why. But it just seemed like the perfect fight to take. Who cares if people thought that you were going to blow him out or you were too big? Just do it. You know what I mean? It's better than like Lima, who we had to do like an investigative search, you know, like I had to do an investigative search. I had to hire a private investigator to learn about Lima. I had to get forensic scientists to come back and be like, okay, he fought Aaron. His best accomplishment is that he went the distance for Aaron McKenna. And I don't want to disrespect Lima like that, but that's just really how highly I feel of Jaron. It's like, dude, that is literally so beneath him based off what we all feel. If you hate him or love him, you still feel like the expectation of him is so much higher than what's being done. So I think Bud had that as well, but I think some of that came with politics, you know, the other side of the street and PBC and Top Rank not working with each other and yada, yada, yada. So I just think Jaron is just in a way shittier place than Bud, but it just reminds me a little bit of it. Do you think Ryan can beat Barrios? Yeah, I think Ryan can beat Barrios, but you know, it's still not a walk in the park because Barrios has glimpses of danger. You know, he has good power. You know, he can definitely catch Ryan's poor defense. And I can see it the other way too. I can see Ryan catching Barrios. You know, a lot of people didn't think Ryan was going to lose to Rolly. You know? So, and his inactivity, his layoff, you know, him going from, and again, not fighting for a year. You know, Barrios has been active, so it's dangerous. 140 and 147 needs unifications ASAP. I agree. My man Mike said, "Come on, bro. What did I do? What did I do, Mike? Racist. Garcia's not beating Barrios. I really, honestly don't necessarily know who wins that fight. You know, we're both coming off of unimpressive performances." But Barrios more, I don't know. See, now I feel like I'm downplaying Rolly, which I don't, because I think Rolly's underrated to a point. I don't know, man. I just think they're both not in the best headspace, you know? I think Rolly's underrated, and I think Pacquiao's still Pacquiao, regardless of how much shit he got for losing. People thought he lost to it was a draw, but people thought he lost to, like, you know, a 40-something-year-old. Still Pacquiao. DHP don't have power. Yeah, he doesn't have power, what people will claim, but at the same time, like, he's also found a way to drop Regis Prograis, who Regis don't get dropped, you know, at that particular time. People didn't expect that, you know. When you look at some of his opponents, you know, maybe not power to knock them out or drop them, but their faces get tatted. And, you know, and you never know, man. Styles make fights, dude. I really can say that I've seen Norman in his last couple fights get buzzed. And I don't really know how hard those guys, you know, I don't know how much Jin Sasaki is known as a power puncher. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I think Brian looked like he got buzzed slightly. So I don't know how that translates to Devin's power moving to 147. So her Teal low-key... How would I know that, bro? How would I know that? I mean, I know he swings one way for sure. He likes women. He has a kid. You know, he was married. So that I can confirm. Let's go, Ortiz. Boost era is coming. It's been coming for a long time, man. We know, I'm saying that as a joke, but we just want to see him in a solid fight. You know, that's all. All right. So the next fight is Amari Jones. Hold on, let me see. Yeah. So Amari Jones from the Bay Area. I've seen this guy work in the gym. I expect him to keep the card moving quickly, you know? Is he fighting already? Not yet, Liz. Yeah, damn. Boost era is coming. Yeah, that's bad. Calling Vergil is garbage. That's a no-no. Be humble. Boost era is coming. Norman got to concentrate on Devin. Winner needs to unify, in my honest opinion. Ryan's getting undeserving shot versus Barrios, but so at least Barrios getting paid. If Ryan wins, unification rematch versus Rolly there. It could be Rolly, but Rolly was pretty pissed off because from my understanding, Rolly was he was negotiating, working with Ryan. He didn't have to give or sit around trying to do a Ryan Garcia rematch. But Ryan pretty much wasted his time, is what he said. You know, Rolly actually was going to do a rematch with Ryan right away. So I don't know how he feels about, you know, the time that was just wasted. But, Heaven, I got it on the screen. This is who's on coming up right now. After this, we got the co-main, and then we got the main event. So, but, yeah, Norman definitely needs to concentrate. Because Devin is definitely not an easy fight. Anyone who... I'm kind of surprised a little bit that Norman's the favorite. But I get it, because of how Devin looked in his last fight, or last two fights. But experience is experience, man. And, you know, we'll see what Norman's capable of doing. There's a lot of questions that needs to be answered from both of them. Can Norman actually fight, you know, a fighter that we recognize as a really seasoned fighter? And is Haney, you know, going to not look shell-shocked what people felt like in his last fight? So, a lot of questions. If Ortiz loses tonight, that Ortiz and Boots fight will be almost completely obsolete. I agree. It would probably disintegrate in thin air. Because who's going to really believe that he beats Jaron Ennis at that point? You know? Tio's not fighting anyone. Tio's irrelevant now. Damn. Nah, I think that Shakur fight is going to go down. And I think when it does go down, you know, us boxing fans are going to gather around and have a good time. Ryan can be a head case for sure. Bam versus Inoue, who you got winning that? I would favor Inoue right now because Bam... Even he's mentioned that while he's fighting around like 115, 118, and I think 115, 112, you know, Inoue's at 122, and that's a huge jump for him to just go up there. You know, Inoue's being acclimated at 122 for quite some time, and I think, you know, he's on the cusp of maybe going at 126. Bam hasn't even hit 120, so that's a huge weight jump. So just that alone, the experience. But I think Bam's footwork is superior than Inoue at time. And so I think that it will make it a very tactical, tricky fight. And we've seen Inoue struggle with a little bit of movers. So. Which fight's on? Yeah, Amari Jones. Does Bam have better chance against Nakatani than Inoue? I think Bam has a better chance against Inoue than Nakatani. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but I think the Inoue fight, based on how Inoue's been fighting, it's a more stylistically easier fight. Not easy, but like a more effective fight for him than a Nakatani fight. Because that height and reach is... Bro, I'm telling you, dude, that dude Nakatani might shock Inoue, bro. Like, dude, Nakatani is terrifying. That size, at that weight, with that power, bro. Anyone takes out Nakatani is the man. Bam beats Nakatani, he beating Inoue. Like, that's just how I feel. Inoue beats Nakatani, he's beating Bam. Like. Because I could see Nakatani legitimately beating both of them, you know. Yeah, Boots is definitely not coming down. Bam versus Inoue would be fire, but not likely anytime soon. Yeah, for sure. Inoue and Nakatani. All those are fire. All of them. All those are fire. All those are fire. Thoughts on the zone going to $45 per month? It's hard for me to speak on it because like I write it off. It's part of my like work. But as is that Tio in the crowd? That might be Tio in the crowd. All right, I'm gonna start calling the fight soon. Because I think the co-main should be interesting, and I am curious on how Amari looks right now. But the $45 a month is... Look, I think it's not the fact that $45 is crazy because you know, we paid $89.99 and all these crazy pay-per-view prices. So, oh, Rafi Jojo, I got it's Amari Jones right now. I gotta fix my rounds real quick. Shit, I just fucked that up. And bam. All right, cool. And let me fix my minute. All right. Yeah, it's Amari Jones versus Shady Gamhor. This is the fight I got on the screen. It's 16 seconds left on my screen, so I'll just start the clock on the second round, but that's what's on right now. But the $45 per month is not the price necessarily, because in America, the price is way cheaper than the average pay-per-view. And I think in the UK, it's like $20 or something, how they're doing it. I think it's just the principle that, yes, what do you expect? Inflation goes up, things do change. But like right now, I'm paying what would be $19.99, but I'm paying $13.99. I have like a discount. I sign up for like an annual like deal. But this year's subscription has felt literally the worst value I've ever gotten from DAZN, as in fights, right? Like if I wanted to watch Joseph Parker versus Fabio Wardley in America. What up, Hatcher? What's going on, man? I had to pay an absolutely disgusting amount of money for what I felt would have been just part of my subscription. And I felt like that for a lot of fights on DAZN. And what really seemed like to be something where, okay, a Canelo here, certain fights, I get it. I'm accustomed to that. It's really started feeling like I'm paying for almost just the average fight. And then it makes me wonder, why am I even subscribed to DAZN? The fact that I have to subscribe to DAZN to even watch boxing on here, and then I have to pay these random upcharge pay-per-view fees on top of it, feels pretty whack, man. I'm not gonna lie. So the $45 that's been added tempo, like it just really feels like we've been suckered in to some really shitty annual subscriptions, and the lack of trust that goes behind like the programming. And because our programming has been very questionable, and now you want to upcharge us $45 per month, and we don't even know what we're gonna get with it. Like, what's next? You're gonna go $45 per month, but this one super card is just an upcharge of $100 that it's a special occasion on top. Like, it just really feels like we're kind of walking into blind DLC. I don't know if you guys play video games, but like if you buy a game and it says you get DLC and you don't know what you're gonna get, like you're gonna get the season pass, but at the end of that season pass you got a whole bunch of bullshit, and you're like, if I knew what it was, I would have not got this. But I just trusted the programming was gonna be good on the DLC. So the DAZN subscription this year has been ass. Like, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. It's been terrible, because all the decent fights that was supposed to be on there has been charged. So I do feel from the start of the campaign when they said DAZN pay-per-view's dead, so okay, we're gonna upcharge a little bit because, you know, can't really afford some of these guys, you know. Okay, well, all right, I mean, we get it. To, all right, now the annual fee goes up, the monthly fees goes up. You know, I remember paying like, I think $5 or $7, something like that per month, to now $13.99, which is the discounted price of $20. Now it's $45. I mean, bro, $7 to $45 is a night and day difference. I'd rather just pay my $20, $13 or whatever, and then buy the pay-per-views that I would want. In my case, I would buy them all because I cover it. But if I was a boxing fan, I don't want to be obligated to a year again where I don't even know if I'm going to even get the best fights that I want, like the best versus the best. So it kind of does suck, because now you're really putting the pressure on them to really make good fights, because you have now essentially locked us in for the year versus letting us pick and choose. yes, it's overall cheaper, the value, because some people will be like, you can pay like 3, 4, 5 pay-per-views and it's going to be a lot more than this entirely. But that's based on the fact that you thought that fight card was worthy, so now you're going to buy it. You're putting your money in trust. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to put $45 per month and trust you're going to do the right thing and give me good programming. And the time that we say this November 22nd card, right? Ernie said that November 22nd card is fire. That's where it starts, which actually, I think they were going to charge that as like a high pay-per-view, like $60 or something. So it actually got a discounted price. But you get what I'm saying? Like, that's where I think people are coming from. And I know bitching and moaning about the price is not necessarily what they're bitching about, you know? I think they're bitching about the constant change that they're going through. If Devin beats Norman and Ryan beats Barnes, rematch unification. Yo, that's a hell of a rematch, Maul. Like, if Ryan and Devin both were able to unify a welterweight match as a rematch, dude, it just shows again, like, the welterweight division just finds a way to just make glamorous fights. That would be a glamorous fight. Santio and Emo to fight Shakur already. 10-4, just noted it. That's what's up, man. How's your day been, Rafi? If that's your family, your profile pic, beautiful family, man. Christmas time's coming up. I hope you guys have a great Christmas. Just went and got clothes shopping, heading home now, grabbing a Starbucks smoke. Yo, Hatcher, did you get one of them Starbucks bears that everyone's fighting for? They're selling for like $600 on eBay. The Zone should give FightHype free viewing. It would be nice, man, but I've never got a free viewing as in like pay-per-views, but they give us fight credentials, so I guess that's free viewing as the best you can get, right? Yeah, man. Old HBO and Showtime felt different, but that's just nostalgia, really. They've had their issues too, man. I'm not gonna act like they're perfect, but I think I just like their presentation, the music, the boxing after dark, championship fight music. Like, I just feel like watching HBO championship fight felt good. I don't know what it was, but when it came on TV, you really felt like, man, I feel like something special is about to happen. And I don't know if that's just me just getting older. When I just look at like DAZN or a lot of these other apps or stuff, Amazon and stuff, you know, there's quality fights, but I just don't really feel like, man, this is going to be a great night. Which right now does not seem like a great night of fights, man. A lot of these fights have just not really performed as, in my opinion, showcase events. So, yeah, DAZN lied to us. I remember when they once said that they were getting rid of pay-per-view. Nope. Man, Amari's starting to tee off, man. Amari might be able to save this card a little bit by having oh! Vicious right hand. Thank you, Amari, man. Give us some highlights, man. Amari hit him with a chopping right hand. He's going to get him out, man. Good left hook to the body. Amari Jones going to get this dude out, man. Amari Jones has been a guy that's been slept on a little bit. Oh! And another right hand right before the bell. The ref stops it. And Amari Jones looking solid, man. Right when I was saying, man, I need a little entertainment, man. This might be a rough night to get through. Amari Jones comes through, gives us a legitimate highlight. And it's simple, man. When you're on a card like this with opponents like this, man, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. You gotta get them out. You gotta get them out. Get them out, man. Get them out. That's all I ask, man. If you're in a showcase fight, that's why I wasn't really mad when Boots knocked out Lima in the first round like that, because he was supposed to do that. I'm glad he did it. You know, Amari Jones was supposed to have a highlight, so he did it. What weight is this? Amari Jones looks big. It's 168. Because I know he sparred Caleb Plant. He spars Tim Tszyu. I believe he's 168. I don't know if he's changed. He's 160. Okay. That makes sense. Why he was sparring Tim Tszyu and Caleb Plant. So 160. That's what it is. He's a middleweight. What up, JN? What's going on, man? But what up, Mr. Grandy? I didn't even realize you came in, that you were the one I was asking. What's going on, man? Jones look big. Pause. That's more like my Netflix subscription. Yeah, dude, Netflix is going up, man. Dude, Disney Plus is going up. Everything's going up. 2:50 a.m. in the UK. Stop moaning, bro. That's fair, dude. To be honest with you, we have it pretty good in America. Especially like the West Coast. The West Coast has it the best when it comes to fights. Yeah. And even when you guys have fights in the UK, like we can watch it in our like lunchtime. So it's pretty good in the States. I'm not gonna lie. I've never had a bad experience. East Coast is pretty rough because if they drag it on, you're up really late. But 2:50 in the UK time, yeah, man. UK fans are super dedicated because the fact that they stay up that late to watch American boxing. Americans, they take British fights for granted, you know. I do have to give DAZN some credit for providing decent overseas fights each week. Otherwise, no boxing elsewhere. I mean, it's always nice having global broadcasting. I am not going to say, you know, boxing hasn't evolved because I remember there was always like European fights that we didn't get to see. Like Jeff Lacy versus Cal Zaki, right? I think that might have been broadcasted, I think, on Showtime. But there was like certain fights, like it was so hard to follow certain fighters when I was growing up as a kid. Just because there's no global broadcasting. And so because of it, I would just hear about these fighters and I really didn't know. So being able to watch these fights at the convenience is nice. So I'm not knocking it. And it is kind of feeling like they were starting to get a monopoly on it. So it is kind of nice that it's all in one spot, but it's also kind of bad to a certain point too. So Ryan Garcia should not be skipping the line, but you know how politics are, man. Gamuro's trained as Roy Jones, apparently. Yeah, he is. You know, I actually think I seen him fight on Hasim Rahman versus Kenzie Morrison, the two fighters, sons of two fighters. Let me see. I think I might have seen this guy before. He might have been on that card. Let me double check. Yeah. Las Vegas, Steven Pichardo. Yep, I did see him. He was on that card out in Vegas. There's this footage that we have of Mike Tyson where this girl like tries to reach over to Mike Tyson, but she accidentally sticks her nail in Mike Tyson's nose and he like flips out and shit. I was like, oh shit. That's where I saw this guy from. So yeah, it makes sense that Amari got him out. But yeah, I mean, look, he's only lost 2 times, never been stopped. You know, he lost to Steve Rose. Remember Steve Rose from the Triple G days, and giving Edgar Berlanga a pretty competitive fight. But yeah, he was 14-2, never been knocked out. First time being knocked out, and he did what he was supposed to do. So shots on Amari Jones. It's good to see him fighting because he's always been in the gym, man. Equilibrium shot for sure, man. Him fighting like Wallow in there. Chill out. Ukraine is strong and tough for sure, man. Ukraine very strong and tough. Netflix boxing's cool. It's the future. Yeah, we'll see, man. Let me see. So 2 next time it's after the 6. Oh man, gotta be painful tomorrow. Ben Whitaker on November 29th. I know you'll be watching, mate. For sure. I'll be watching Ben Whitaker. I haven't been completely sold on Ben Whitaker. I see the talent. I need a little bit more before I start really jumping on the hype train. I think he was like a silver medalist. Very entertaining. Some questions to be have. I know that Eddie wants to bring him over to the States, so hopefully maybe I'll be able to cover him at a fight. Really get to talk to him and pick his brain. But I do think he's entertaining. As long as the showboating doesn't, how would I say it? Like, as long as the showboating isn't excessive. I know that showboating turns a lot of people off, and it doesn't bother me, but don't showboat and don't really have something to offer in the fight. And so I think he has some good highlights, but I really need him to really lock in and give me those really good performances. And it's like Abdullah Mason, for example. Abdullah doesn't showboat. He just gets the job done. So just get the job done, and if you happen to showboat in between, then that's perfect. But don't make showboating your MO. Make your fighting your MO. And if you happen to showboat, then so be it. I wouldn't really be mad. So, and I know that he had that really weird, awkward performance that he managed to rematch and avenge, I believe, right? So, but I'll definitely be watching Ben Whitaker for sure. What is the next in your for Tank Jake? Now that I really my bad, I don't know that acronym. IO. Is that in your opinion? Oh, okay, that's what it is. My bad. My texting acronyms is pretty poor. I type out the full words, man. What is next in your opinion for Tank versus Jake? Man, I don't know, man. I think Tank has really hurt his stock a little bit after the Lamont Roach debacle and now the Jake Paul. And I heard like the tickets wasn't really selling well for that fight. And I've heard that before all this was going down. Like, I actually heard that weeks prior to this story coming out. So I don't know. I really don't know what's gonna happen. I think Jake's gonna announce his next fight in January in Puerto Rico on the Amanda Serrano card and Holly Holm. They have the MVP card going out there in January. So I think January 13th he's gonna announce it, but I really don't know who. I think Tank should just get back to boxing. I would love the Lamont Roach rematch, but serious question: how do you rate Roy Jones as a boxing trainer? He's never really had success, unfortunately, and so because of it, I feel like I can't really rate him because I would have to first see him actually. I don't want to sound disrespectful. I feel like it's tough for Roy to train fighters because I feel like he trains them in a way where unfortunately fighters can't fight like you, Roy. And I don't know if his expectation or his ideology of boxing comes from the way that he fights, but he can't teach someone to fight like him. And he can't necessarily expect fighters to think the way that he think. So I don't know if his inability to train is more of the fact that it's his inability to recognize like fighters of their own style and their own caliber and their own abilities. Because I know that he trained Kevin Newman. And Kevin Newman, I swear, he fights just like Roy. And when I mean Roy, as in like the way he feints, the way he moves his shoulder, the way he shuffles his feet. Not saying like his performance is Roy Jones like, but the way he actually sets up his shots, his feints, his shoulder, like it's almost like he's imitating Roy. So I really think he probably looks at his fighters and he really is trying to teach them to fight like him. And hello, Roy, nobody can fight like you. They can imitate you on the bag and make cute Instagram videos saying like my Roy Jones impersonation and impression. But you were ungodly athletic. When people say like, and I hear a lot of time now from journalists and reporters, it's like, he's very athletic. I think we throw that word around way too much, right? I think Roy Jones was the epitome of athletic, right? Athleticism. Athleticism is literally being able to break bad habits and still able to have success. I don't think a lot of fighters are that athletic where you can talk about their athleticism at a level where we talk about Roy. We got one more fight, co-main Tory. And I think Roy literally thinks that his way of fighting can actually be taught. His ideology of why he sets up a shot and the way his feints are presented and the way that, real quick, I'm going to show a screenshot for a lot of people who's been wondering if Jaron Ennis, I can't show the video because we're going to copyright strike, but I'll show a screenshot. Jaron Ennis is actually there with Eddie Hearn. So here you go. So I'm going to listen to what they say. Just wanted to share that with you guys if you don't have the zone or just chilling with me. But Jaron did show up. But yeah, man, just ending the whole Roy Jones thing, man. Just Roy, I really think he thinks that he can teach his style and just looks at his fighters. And when they don't do it, I think he really looks at it like, no, motherfucker, when you throw a right hook, you got to throw it like here. And then you got to uppercut here and you got to turn it. And then this, and it's like, bro, you cannot teach that, Roy. You can't teach that. You can't teach Roy Jones. You just watch Roy Jones. And everyone always says it. When Roy got older and he's lost his athleticism, his fundamentals showed that they weren't there as well as other people because they actually had to rely on fundamentals, not on athleticism. So that's why I think none of his fighters have success. And you see Chris Eubank kind of try to fight like Roy. Didn't have success. So we'll see how he looks with Bomac and them again, because that would be a huge sign of how his teaching method is. Yeah, Amari Jones definitely is a very promising prospect. I live in Chicago, but it sucks there are no major boxing cards here, even though we're third biggest. Your athletic commission sucks there. Kenneth Sims is from Chicago, and he told me how bad it was out there. Regis Progress has said how bad it was out there. I've heard Kenneth Sims PRs tell me how bad it was, so I don't know if you'll get one out there for a while. I know you guys had one like the Zone, like a Polish card, but I don't know, man. But yeah, Jaron Ennis showed up, so I'm curious to see how this translates to a potential fight, because Jaron just showing up here, I think it's just, I don't want to say like saving face, but it's just, I guess it just adds to the severity that he wants this fight. But I think people feel because the fight didn't happen in Saudi that like they're kind of like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. So Boost said he's not showing up. His flight got canceled. No, Boost is there, man. Jake is still trying to do a fight this year. Is he? I mean, I've heard he's gonna announce something in January, but I heard like a rumor date in December 14th, because I think they showed like Alicia Baumgartner having a fight December 14th, but I don't know, man. If he's gonna fight, it's gonna probably be someone that's not that great on short-term notice, man. Yeah, try to fight like Roy and get sparked. Jake Berlanga in Puerto Rico. It's a dangerous fight for Jake. Jake Paul should fight Badu Jack. Badu Jack actually has a fight already scheduled, so I don't think it's gonna be Badu Jack. Yeah, but Wolvaka, I think it's just not. I'm spot on. I think everyone's been saying this about Roy. I even think my ideology of Roy comes from other people. You know what I mean? I think we all see it. It's like that elephant in the room that nobody wants to say it. You know, like someone's gonna have to interview Roy one day and be like, "How do you train your fighters?" People often say that you try to train them like yourself. Is that not true? And what goes on in that, man? Because you've never had true success as a trainer. Spot on about Roy. Same problem with Floyd. I don't think Floyd really trains fighters, though. I think he kind of like helps them a little bit, but I don't, he doesn't train. Like Roy trains. Like he'll be in the corner and everything. Oh, I got food. Roach rematch has been my first preference, but yeah, man. I just talked to Lamont too recently, and he's just like, man, I let that shit go, man. I don't even bring that shit up, man. No, brother, we're just doing a watch along. Turkey is bad for boxing. He finessed us. Man, that $45 a month for cars, we don't know what we're gonna get. I'm looking forward to that. Roy Jones never had the best fundamentals. However, he is exceptionally speed, athleticism, perfectly said, Mr. Grant. Just like we're saying, he made up for his deficiencies in his prime till he got older and slower. Yeah, dude, like, you should never put your hands behind your back, regardless if it's a trap that you're setting up. You know, he was just freakishly athletic. Not saying he didn't have great fundamentals because he was an Olympian, right? Arguably a gold medalist. Oh, Rudolph, my bad. Let me change this real quick. We got one more fight. Co-main's coming up. Let me reset this. And let me add a round. And let me subtract some rounds. There we go. So we're waiting for the co-main coming up. And then we got the main event. So, but Badu Jack versus Gilberto Ramos should fight Jai Apataya. Yeah, unifications, man. Any unification I'm with, but I think we're probably not gonna get that anytime soon. Maybe Jai Apataya and Zerto, maybe, but they do a different type of boxing in Chicago. Uptown Alley Cat, what are you referring to? Carl Fry's been aggressive calling out Jake Paul. He's been looking in great shape for his age. All these guys want to fight Jake Paul, man, because they look like it's like an easy lick. They're gonna get all this money, get a dub, and he looked like the savior of boxing by beating up Jake Paul because, you know, they feel like people think he's a clown. So, but it's all up to Jake to pick, man. Everyone could be ready. Everyone could be aggressively calling. I'm aggressively calling Jake Paul, man. Shit, let me get an opportunity for millions of dollars. But, you know, it just comes down to what Jake wants to do. So, we likely to see Boots step in the ring post-fight. I don't know. I really don't know if we're going to see it. I mean, I think they should, but still understand why Vergil's not fighting Fedor. Thurman getting the cut. That's WBC, man. That's what Robert Garcia was saying. You know? Man, this card's been weak. The main event better deliver. I know, man. It's been kind of rough. The best part of this live is Amari Jones getting that knockout and hanging out with you guys. So, we'll see what Darius Fulgham can do. He had a good showing against Bakhtemir. You know, came up short a little bit. But I remember the first time I met Darius Fulgham was out in Vegas. And he was, I think, around Shushu Carrington, just kind of training around the gym. But I remember he asked me to go watch him spar Uzateki. So I went out and saw him spar him. And I'm not giving away details, but I was impressed. And so at that point, I kept an eye on him. And, you know, I think he's a promising, talented fighter who still learning on the job. He comes from, I think, a wrestling background, so he's physically strong. And Oscar and Bernard speak highly of him, so they like him. And even with that that loss that he just had, I don't think it really sets him back from the opportunities on Golden Boy, because look, he's back on a co-main event on Vergil Ortiz. I think they like him, and I think with a little bit more time, even with that loss, I think we can see him in some really good fights as long as he can get past this win, get this win in flying colors. If Roy Jones would have stopped after the Ruiz fight, he would have been on Boxing Mount Rushmore. Psh, who are you kidding, man? We'd have been having like fantasy matchups till this today. You know what I mean? But we got to see his deficiencies and we got to see his holes. You know. I even remember watching that Glenn Johnson fight. I actually remember watching all these fights. And even when he went overseas, man, he started getting knocked out by guys. I was just like, seeing the highlights on World Star Hip Hop. I'm just like, damn, bro. This is ugly, man. Dane Decoder. Nah, this is fight commentary. Won't be able to show because of the copyright. We'll get a copyright. But we got the co-main right now. That's about to come up. And I'll be doing live commentary in the co-main and the main event. So, what's next for Canelo? I don't know, man. I really don't know. Just get a comeback, feel good win. Maybe try to get a Crawford rematch, but I don't know how that would work for him. It might be worse. If Roy Jones would have stopped after, yep. I think I can KO Jake Paul. I'm a welterweight. Maybe, man. I mean, you could dislike, man. It's called a watch along, brother. I'm just telling you honestly. This is the one thing, and it's not even like a shot at you, Dayton Dakota. Why would people spend all this money on broadcasting a fight or getting a broadcast deal, a network, right? To give them money so they can produce fights so that people are willing to spend money and subscribe to them. And they're going to allow us to stream that for free on YouTube, knowing that the network or the platform needs to be incentivized by people going and subscribing to them. So, I know it's expensive to be a fight fan, but brother, that's not how YouTube works, you know? That shit gets copywritten. So, no, the fight's on DAZN. Canelo probably would fight Eubank. Maybe after the counter bend. That would probably actually be a good comeback, actually. It's on DAZN. I'm trying to see the Spence Charlotte fight. Yeah, I think that should be a fight. I actually strangely like their little weird breakup with Derek James and then maybe fighting each other. So, all right, so I'm going to call this Darius Fulgham fight. Let's see. This is the co-main event, and now I'll call the main event. Darius Fulgham right now has a really good opportunity to get back into the mix at 168. He's a very strong guy. He's using that jab pretty well. And so what I'm hearing is that this is actually a pretty solid fight on paper, you know. And Darius Fulgham wanted to jump back in the mix and take on a good guy. They tie up. A couple good feints from Darius, but he got caught with a jab. They clinch up. They're fighting in the clinch. A lot of hard shots being thrown. Pretty active first round. Not really a fill-up round. Both these guys are throwing a lot of jabs. Darius ties up as he has his back on the ropes. Fulgham has to fix his jab defense. Yeah, I mean, Stevens looks like he has a pretty solid jab. You know, I feel like he might be kind of landing a little bit more successful jabs on Darius. You know, they're clinching a lot, which may favor Darius because he was the former wrestler, like I said. But I see like a lot of jitters amongst this fight right now. He got caught with a couple shots from Steven. Steven's starting to land a couple good shots on Darius. I think Darius needs to get his defense up a little bit. I was about to say that, Mr. Grandy. I agree. DAZN. What about Elijah Wright? I feel like this is gonna be a messy fight, man. They're clinching a lot. Like almost every exchange ends with a clinch, and a lot of inside fighting. So overhand right a little bit on Darius. Seems like Darius is the physically stronger kind of guy. Darius Fulgrim's getting warned right now for hitting the back of the head. And he's telling Stevens to kind of not duck your head because that's... Yeah, so they've both been warned. Back of the head shot, and Stevens not really helping the case of ducking his head. Yeah, it's already a messy fight, man. But it's active. They're busy. They're fighting. I do see someone separating himself somewhere in the middle because this is actually at a high pace. They're getting very physical. A lot of clinching, but a lot of inside fighting. They're throwing a lot of strong shots. I feel like Stevens landed a little bit more cleaner shots, but Darius feels like he's landing kind of effective shots. More of the disc. Like Stevens seems more at discomfort when he gets caught. Like it seems like the shots have a little bit more effect from Darius, but Stevens is doing pretty well with the jabs and the chopping right. But when he gets caught with a good solid shot from Darius, he's definitely feeling it. So if Darius doesn't get sloppy, I think he can actually really put Stevens out. Because he definitely looks stronger. These shots definitely feel like they have a lot more effect. Oh, let me change the next round. Second round. How many is the 10 round? Okay. But yeah, very competitive first round. What up, UMG? What's going on, man? How's your Saturday, man? What you got? You got Vergil or Lubin? Because right now, I think we got 1,000 people and 62-34. A lot of Vergil. Vergil will be the next fight. We're in the second round of the Darius Fulgrim-Stevens fight. I can see that first round being either or. We're at the co-main right now. Then the main event comes on after this. But yeah, Vergil didn't fight yet. Stevens in the back on the ropes. A lot of inside fighting again. Good job from Darius. Darius is on his back foot, as in Stevens is putting some pressure on. You got Vergil for the win? Yeah, I got Vergil. I got Vergil winning right now. Is the sound going in and out for anybody else? Is my sound going in and out, Jay? Maybe I need to be a little bit closer. That might be my bad. That might be me not as close to my mic. Let me know if that sounds more consistent and better. Noah said, yeah, I'm not staying up that late. Yeah, man, it's 10:25. Granted, we're in the second round, so we'll see how long this can go. Very messy fight, but a lot of clinching. Man, this fight might go the distance a little bit. The excessive clinching bothers me. Yep. Bernard Hopkins fought like the boring as fuck. Punch, clinch, rinse, repeat. I always consider B-Hop good, but not how people hype him. You know what's funny? I was thinking a little bit B-Hop. I mean, him and B-Hop have a lot of conversations. You know, obviously that's one of his promoters, and he gets a lot of advice and a lot of insight from him. So, but yeah, man, this is reminiscent of some of those old school B-Hop kind of inside clinching. It's gonna be a long fight, man. Yeah, audio's. Try refreshing the YouTube app, Jay. Maybe because you know your audio playing up, bro. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, maybe you try resetting the YouTube app. Maybe it's the connection. Maybe like log out of YouTube and come back in. But how's your day going, Jay, man? Everything's good with you, man? My microphone might not be connected properly. Is it messing up over there? You got 1-1? Yeah, I can see that. Boom. Do I consider B-Hop an all-time great? Absolutely. You said still not good? Here, let me reset my mic then. I got Darius Fulgham in this fight. Okay, so it is my mic? All right, let me reset my mic real quick. Oh, you saying it's not me? I just restarted my mic, so let me check my on my end. Oh, you guys had a refresh? Okay, so maybe it was YouTube. Okay. Yeah, if you guys ever hear audio issues or something, just call it out. I'll see if I could figure it out with you guys. Thanks for letting me know that. Yeah, maybe just restart the app. But yeah, I got Fulgham to win this fight. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. I thought I was tripping on the stream. Let me pull up Darius's opponent. David Stevens, 15-2, only knocked out once, lost to Joshawn James and lost to Bektemir. So both these guys have lost to Bektemir. Obviously, Darius Fulgham had a way better performance. So, but he's only been stopped one time, and it was knocked out in the first round. He was down twice against Joshawn James. Joshawn James later got knocked out by Lester Martinez. And that's not a bad loss, seeing what Lester Martinez did against Christian Mbili. So, really, at the end of the day, David Stevens seems like a durable opponent. So, I expect this to be a very ugly fight. And unfortunately, I think we're all going to have to sit and just have to deal with this fight until someone separates themselves. Other than that, this may not be that entertaining. A lot of clinching. Let me refresh. Okay. Let me know, Jay, man. I signed out and signed back in. Audio still tweaking. Yeah, I'm fine now after refresh. So my sound is going in and out, Caleb says. All right. Live chat is empty for a minute too. Maybe his YouTube's tripping. Cause on my end, I have these levels, right? So I can see when I'm talking going up in the. Ah, shit, Earl Spence is in the building. Hold on, let me get you guys a screenshot real quick. So Earl Spence is in the building. Okay, I sound good. All right. You had a refresh. Yeah, it might be YouTube. So if something's going on. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Yeah, my bad. I'm trying to make sure on my end it's not something I'm doing. But look who's in the building, man. Earl Spence Jr. Earl Spence Jr. is in the building, man. That's pretty sick, man. We haven't seen Earl for a hot minute. So all right. So everyone says I'm good on my end. All right, appreciate it. You got Stevens 2-1. Yeah. I mean, I've kind of lost track of scoring now because I'm trying to fix the audio, but I definitely see Darius in a tough fight because just like that first round, like it seemed like Darius was physically strong, but he was getting out jabbed, and kind of the cleaner work was coming from Stevens. When Fulgham landed a shot, it seemed like it had a little bit more oomph to it, and it seemed like it bothered Stevens. But Stevens seems like he's getting the better work of the two. But when he gets caught, he kind of clinches up a little bit just so that he can kind of prevent Darius from getting busy. So, very smart from Stevens. He's getting busy in the inside too. He's hitting the bodies. He's making Darius miss a lot. You know, slightly have the better defense amongst the two, and slightly the better offense. So Darius definitely needs to find a way to neutralize this. He's landing some good single shots, but you know, Stevens seems to outwork him a little bit at times, and then Darius just seems to try to neutralize it with a good power shot. But good defense from Stevens and good follow-up. But outside of it, not a really pretty fight. Ooh, double inside hooks. Catches Darius. I think it was double left hook. Catches Darius. Stevens might look a little bit kind of being... Stevens looks like he's kind of the guy who's weary, but at the same time, he's the guy that's a lot more successful, the busier, and honestly, I think he's winning the fight. But Darius every once in a while has a moment where he just physically opposes his will and kind of shoves him against the ropes or lands a good shot, but I don't think that's enough to win the round. Speaking of the devil, is Spence officially... Oh, shit! And Stevens lands a good shot on Darius. And Darius gets warned again. I feel like right now Stevens is showing a lot of poise and a lot of experience. I mean, he does have Ronnie Shields in the corner. Solid trainer, so... I forgot Earl and Vergil came from the same gym. I think it's pretty cool that they're out showing love, you know? Like, Arrow's coming out showing love. Vergil showing love back from having him come in, so... Yeah, Spence is definitely a rare Pokemon. Kind of a little bit envious not being there. Because Errol Spence sightings are rare. The last Errol Spence sighting at a fight that he was at was the fight that he promoted was Frank Martin, I believe. So that was the last time I remember seeing him and talking to him. So this would have been from Tank Frank Martin to now. And so hopefully someone can actually get some sort of Errol Spence, man. Because I would definitely be I'll definitely be racing to get some Errol Spence. And I'll have a lot of questions, man. Jamel Charlo's also there too, so yeah, I don't think Earl's retired, but I do feel like somewhere along the line, Earl's definitely taking his time. Chris Mannix has Darius Fulgham ahead. I don't know if I necessarily see 3-1 to Darius, but I do see that Darius has the ability to really catch Stevens with a good shot, man. He just seems like the stronger, physically bigger guy. So And Stevens kind of gives me this look like he's kind of constantly in discomfort. But Jay, what is next for Spence? If he's looking to remain in the sport, he should have a tune-up. Been way out to... Oh, for sure. I mean, I know he said big fish, I don't know tune-ups, but he's way past that point. He definitely needs to tune up. If Spence, his paper's right, he shouldn't fight again. I mean, I think that's what he's kind of working off of. Like, I think that Crawford fight really got him a lot of money. It took a lot of damage, you know, and I think personally, I think he just enjoys just the fruits of his labor right now. I think he's enjoying his family, and I don't really think that he's enticed by a lot of the shenanigans out there. So I think it's actually kind of cool seeing him pop out right now, though. You know, because we're all fans of Earl Spence. Let's call it, even if you're a Terrence Crawford fan. Ronnie Shields might be his new trainer. I mean, he needs to find a new trainer. That's probably another reason why it's postponing his comeback, because he has to get a new trainer. You know, it's just not easy. Man, these guys are smothering their work. A lot of their work is being smothered when these exchanges. He definitely need active tune-up for sure. Especially, I believe he would be at a new weight. I don't think he would be fighting nowhere near 147. I think he would be a 154 pounder at least. Truthfully, when Spence was beating, boxing in the U.S. just died. Damn. I mean, I guess we were alluded that Tank was going to go. You know, Crawford and Tank would be, but Tank probably be the new guy. But you know, Tank is. Yeah, man, we need some Spence, man. Like, just call it. Yeah, Spence is there. Yep. Let's just call it for what it is, man. We needed Spence to come back. You know, obviously we have Crawford, you know, who's doing a great job continuing that. And I think Crawford for sure is arguably the face of American boxing. You know, there's no question about it. I know you got Jake Paul. People can debate that. But we do need, like, Spence still out there. If Spence comes back, I don't think he can make 154, probably 160. Jeez. But you can't move a 147 pounder to 160, man. Like, that's... What up, promoter? I didn't even see your message. Message retracted. Boxing lost a great champion, gained a greater one that night. But Spence is very likable. It's hard to go against him. I think you said it perfect, Jay. I think everyone who's a real boxing fan really honestly missed Spence, man. Spence had very exciting fights. The big fish, the whole dig into the body. You know, he went through, like, good guys, man. And he consistently had that very alpha male mentality like Terrence. I think they were great for each other, personally. I know Terrence dominated the fight, but their aura about the whole, like, they were just perfect personality. Not the most marketable as in selling, like, to the masses, as in like a Floyd Mayweather or good jab from Darius, or like you know, like a Mike Tyson. Like, certain guys just kind of glow a little bit more. But as in, like, just pure boxing fans, like, just legitimate, we just want the best versus the best. I think their aura and I think their energy when they met in that hallway out in Texas was perfect, man. Like, their whole swag, you know. We need a little bit more of that again, man. We need a little bit. I don't know what's going on right now. I think a lot of it's social media stuff has kind of killed some of this. I think John David Jackson and Robert Garcia would be great for Errol. Interesting. Why John David Jackson? I want to see Keith Thurman come back. Maybe Keith and Spence. Yeah. If Jamel want to crack at Bud. Seeing Jamel and Earl, I believe they came in the fight together. So I don't know, man. I don't know if they're gonna fight each other. If they're coming in together to this fight, and it's interesting because Jamel Charlo is there, and Jamel Charlo knocked out Lubin in the first round, like when they fought. So, and and Jamel wants to fight Vergil Ortiz, so it's interesting. He's there. Earl Spence is there, which I think he's there more in support of Vergil, not looking to fight Vergil. But Spence is a good dude. I did pick Bud, though, just for the style matchup. Hope Spence looks to retire, at least come back to end on a W. I agree. I picked Bud, too. And the more I covered Spence, because I've been covering Bud for, over, a decade. So I've been to a crap ton of Bud fights. If I went through my credentials and pulled out, I probably have, probably 8 or 9 Bud fights that I've covered, but not too many with Spence. So the more that I've actually had the opportunity to talk to Spence and just chat with him, I like his demeanor. Just chill, simple. They're very similar too, though. It's weird. Just their swagger, Even when Spence lost to Bud, and you would have thought, okay, he, his confidence was shot or whatever the case. His aura was still the same at that Frank Martin fight. He still felt like the same Errol. So, Bud never fighting Jamel. Yeah, probably not. What do you think of Jamel versus Adames for shot? I mean, that's a good move. Jamel go 160, fight Adames, and he got a title. I think that's a good move, man, and it allows him to be a 2-division world champion, just like how his brother did. His brother went from 154 to 160. All right, man, we're in the 7th round. We're going a distance in this fight, so this is going to be kind of long before we get to the main event. So go get your snacks, go get your popcorn, go get whatever you need. I think we just had a very exhausting, long card to get through today, just to get to the main event. So I definitely need to go get some snacks, man, after this fight, just to kind of stay awake. This is a pretty even fight right now. Stevens might maybe be up, but there's really no separation in this fight. Who's winning? I feel like Stevens outworks Darius, but then Darius catches him with some good shots, Mervin. So, it's a pretty even fight. Stevens might have probably won the earlier rounds, but Darius is starting to kind of land some good shots in these later rounds. Like Darius caught him with a really good shot just now. So Earl's a boxer puncher. John did great with Sergey, who was also a boxer puncher. Interesting. That's an interesting take. I mean, I know he has a good relationship with Clarissa, not as well as Clarissa is with Bud, but I don't see any confliction with Earl being in camp with Clarissa and John David Jackson. But I don't know how many fighters John trains. I don't know if he's a multi-fighter trainer. When Earl lost, they showed him backstage with his son. So this is what it feels like. It feels like, that crushed me. Yeah, man. I mean, dude, nobody likes to lose their O, especially on a stage like that in the way he did. I remember I was at that fight and I covered that fight. You just kind of saw this look in Spence where he kind of accepted it, but he accepted it with so much grace. But you can only accept the loss as well as, only for so much when you're like a unified welterweight champion. I mean, you were just that close to being undisputed, but he took it a lot better than I thought, a lot of other fighters do, man. He took an ass whooping. Like, he legitimately looked like he was, oh man, I don't know. I don't even want to make jokes, like, he got messed up, man. Let's just say that. So, and when he showed up to the post conference, listen, guys, fighters in this era do not show up to the post conference, especially when they get stopped the way that Spence was. Like, he wasn't out cold, but he was getting destroyed. So the fact that he took the time to show up to the post conference to address the media, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, he took that loss with grace. I just don't even think I have a negative thing to say about Spence, in all honesty. Like, he took that loss like a man, and then he went out and addressed the media. And I remember just seeing his face just completely lumped up, man. Just up close, like, damn, bro. And I remember filming him walking out of the fight. Out of the press conference, just kind of just getting hugged by his loved ones. And kind of was just like, it is what it is, man. That's just kind of the energy. He was disappointed, but it seemed like he was already slowly, like, getting out of that funk. Slowly, but Shakur versus Teo, January 31st just got announced. Like, officially announced, or just, like, social media, man? Because I need, like, press conference announcement. I need it, like, in my email box. Spence could have a tune-up try. Zayas, I wouldn't call that a tune-up. Zayas is a mover, man. When you haven't been in the ring that long and you have to learn how to cut off a guy like Zayas, it's not easy. I think Zayas just doesn't get enough credit, personally. I think he would be. That's what, like, earlier I said, like, don't be surprised if Zayas ends up beating someone you didn't think he would beat, because I think he's just one of those type of fighters that strangely gets the job done. Okay, it wasn't, yeah, okay, so it's just that January 31st stuff I'm hearing. Yeah. I feel like the loss took a lot of pressure off Spence's shoulders. For sure. That's why I feel like he's at peace right now. Like, he's just like, I can just do whatever I want. Like, It's just Dallas H-Town connection. But the fact that he still even came out and showed out is still cool, though. You know what I mean? What makes me wonder, would he go out to the Lamont Roach fight? That's in San Antonio. So, it's a little out of his ways. But Bacham Kelly winner? That's a dangerous fight. Oh, you're saying have a tune-up, then try it. My bad. I thought you were calling it a tune-up. I misunderstood you. My bad. I read that completely wrong. That's all my bad. I always say it's like that night he was able to let out a sigh of relief. Yeah, like, he really looked like he took that loss so well that I think that perspective you have fits it to the T. It really just seemed like he was just like, it's here, it's done, it finally happened, I'm at peace. Because when he was dapping up Terrence, and he was kind of like, man, dude, we about to get paid. Like, kind of like, man, dude, it's finally here, man. That big fight. There can only be one winner. Obviously I want it to be me, but man, we are set kind of energy. Like, we are set. And Earl really wanted to make that fight, man. I've heard, I can't really give the specific numbers, like, I can't truly go out and report what I was told, but I've heard Earl gave up a lot of money, like, on his end in the negotiation, to make sure that Terrence's side was happy, to make sure that fight was made. A lot of people were saying that Earl went about that fight and negotiated poorly on his end, but I really don't think, for the fight fans, he did, because he went in there and he tried. He made a lot of money, and I think he gained, like, eternity of respect. Like, I believe right now he's probably getting mobbed like crazy out at that fight because people were just happy that he just they made the fight, you know? So you're always going to be a fan of the people when you do stuff like that. Like Deontay Wilder, you know, as much as people make jokes or see him get knocked out and stuff, anytime I see Deontay Wilder at an event, you know, even though like he's looked as like the loser of his big fights, he is one of the most mob fighters I've ever seen in recent time. Just getting mobbed at these events. So there is a level of respect that you gain by just taking and making these fights. So I think Earl will always get everyone's respect in boxing, you know? Kevin Cunningham would be great for Earl, but he might still train Erickson Lubin. Erickson Lubin isn't trained by Kevin Cunningham. Noah, he's with Coach K right now, so. Yeah, that was my bad. I misread your comment. You wrote it right up there. David pissed me off with that stupid Jake Paul fight. Yeah, I mean, look, I get the idea, like, go get your bag and stuff. And, you know, really, he should have took the Lamont Roach fight, but, you know, that shit happens. I'm just checking, seeing if I'm missing anything on social. Man, this fight is really about to go 10. Man, the way he dapped Terrence was like, we finally made it happen. Even after the fight, when his whole family was trying to hug him, cheer him up, it was like he only embraced Bud like a big bro. For sure, man. And, you know, even talking to, like, Coach Red, you know, Terrence, one of Terrence's trainers, they will always tell me, even like Bomac, they will always tell me, we're fans of Spence. Like we're legitimate fans of Spence. Like, we want to fight Spence, but we're fans of Spence. Like, legitimate fans of him as a fighter. Now, Derrick James, that's a whole nother story. Bomac can't stand Derrick James. But Derrick has definitely, I think, said some stuff that maybe crossed the line on Bomac. But they have a lot of respect, and I honestly think they are fans of Spence. You know, Crawford says it all the time. I know people misinterpret. Well, they take what Crawford feels as a Hall of Famer to heart because they feel like he's intentionally disrespecting Spence. But I think that's just how he feels. But he's a fan of Spence. They're all fans of Spence, and I think there's a mutual respect for each other. Ernie, can you see Brian Norman knocking out Devin Haney with a left hook, or you think Haney was playing it safe against Ramirez? I mean, I could see anything happening in that fight because there's a lot of questions to be had. You know, Devin didn't put on a great performance against Ryan, even though there was a failed drug test. You know, you can still question certain things, and there's stuff that Devin could have learned from that fight. So, and I think Devin said something like that recently in the interview. So it's not like he's oblivious that, okay, he could have still fought that fight a little bit better. But, you know, Devin definitely has a lot of questions. You know, Norman is taking his biggest, toughest task with his biggest name with Devin Haney. But I do feel like the Ramirez fight was a fight just to kind of get a win, keep the brand alive. And then, you know, I don't really think we're going to see that version of Devin and Brian Norman. Because, you know, the Ryan Garcia fight was on the line. So you don't want to mess that opportunity up. And I can see Devin being one of those type of fighters who doesn't care what people think at that point. So as long as he got the win, he's already going to get booed, win or lose. So I don't think he's going to fight Brian Norman in a way that he fought Ramirez. But Norman's definitely a dangerous fighter, man. He has power. He's just fought guys that right now we can't really assess if they were good or not because we need to see him do it. Kind of like a Jaron Ennis, right? We need to see what he can do against upper competition. And you know, Devin, even though smaller weight class coming up, I think he's a better opponent than a lot of people that he's faced. Like Jin Sasaki, I don't think is more skilled than Devin Haney. You know, so we'll be able to see Brian Norman, what he can do. And if he can knock out Devin Haney, I would be impressed, because I think Devin, even though they call us chinny, I don't really think knocking out Devin Haney is an easy thing, because Ryan Garcia couldn't do it. And he caught Devin a lot. So it just kind of shows that, okay, maybe Devin can get caught and get buzzed, but knocking out Devin is still a hard task. Full props to Big Fish Spence. PBC tried to keep him away, but Spence, a real one, still forced undisputed. Fell short like Loma did, but taking the road is respect for sure. So I'm saying, like, he will always get respect from the fans because he made the fight. That's all we want. Win, lose, or draw, man. You made the fight. Yep, honorable. Yeah, Earl needs to call Cunningham. Maybe a Barry Hunter, I think, would be also a good fit. He used to spar Lamont Peterson a lot. Al Heyman was not trying to make that fight happen. Yeah, that's a dangerous fight, Jay. I've never really thought Earl was really going to beat Crawford. And the longer the fight went, only gave Terrence a true opportunity to get better at the weight. And you can see it. It's the same way that Canelo allowed Terrence to get more acclimated to 168. Even though he didn't fight, just gave him more time to just get his body right. So I can see Earl coming back because Buzz the only one that can hurt Spence like that. I don't see Xander hurting Spence like Crawford. I mean, ring rust, man, and taking punishment like that might change you, you know? And I know Earl, you know, he's not a guy who's wanting to glory hunt and keep his, he wants to keep his tangible, his faculties. Like, you know, he also values his brain cells. So I also don't see Earl just coming out fighting just meaninglessly. So then, does that mean if Devin wins, does that make him the man at 147 division on top again? I mean, probably. I mean, I think that division is filled with what? Brian Norman, Rolly, Barrios. Who are we missing? Man, that was a rough fight to get through. But, you know, at the end of the day, you still got Rolly in there, dude, because Rolly essentially beat the man that many people felt that Devin didn't look great against, with the failed drug test or not. I don't know. I feel like we're going to see a different side of Haney. The fight with Norman feels similar before his fight with Regis. He said he was going to jump, but nobody believed it. I really think that Norman needs to make sure, and I don't think he's overlooking Devin, but really, like, I think Devin's really about to show out. I mean, listen, Devin is a very calculated fighter. I think when he fought Ryan, he was not calculated. And I think that's what really happened. I think he fought that fight with a lot of emotions. He did get caught early, and it did change the dynamics. But I do feel like at point of the fight, Devin was really trying to knock Ryan Garcia out. So with that mindset, if you're assessing Devin, who tried to knock Ryan Garcia out, and that was what happened, what happens to Devin if he goes back to his old game and doesn't really fight the way he tried to fight Ryan? And maybe it wasn't the Austrian, but maybe it was how Devin fought. So putting that in perspective, when Devin fights the way that Devin fights, he looks spectacular, right? So if he goes back to his old ways and not this, I'm going to try to knock out Ryan Garcia way. Hey, man. I'm just saying, man, like, and there's no disrespect to Norman, because I thought Santillon was going to beat Norman because Norman looked terrible in his last 3 fights. Not terrible in a way where, you know, he weren't going to win. I mean, the Boca Chica fight was kind of scary, but Jin Sasaki is not Devin Haney, you know? Great knockout, but you knock out Devin Haney. Oh, shit. It looks like there might be a split decision. Oh, a draw.
And Chris Migliori are in agreement. They both scored the same 95 to 95.
It's a draw.
Is a majority draw.
Well, there you go, Sergio. You nailed it.
Not only the fact that the fight was rough to get through, but it ended as a draw. Stevens 7-3. It felt like Stevens was kind of outworking Darius, but be honest, when has Brian faced nobody? Ernie, this is Norman's test. I think this is a bigger test for Norman than Devin, personally. Just because of the fact that like he has shown it in and more thinking like, yeah, that was a terrible fight. 2 draws in the same card. Yeah, wow. I also think Tank looked better with Cunningham the way he did with Barry Hunter. Yeah, he needs that militant structure, Noah. Like, and it's not really taken away from Calvin or Kenny, but you kind of see like why Tank kind of has worked with them, because it really is something that I think is better suited for Tank. But draw because of A side, yeah, most likely. Why does everyone think Devin has high IQ? He showed 0 IQ against Ryan. Well, Temp, I mean, I'm saying this from covering Devin up close, right? And it's definitely a one-sided kind of perspective because I've never went to camp with Brian Norman, so I have a lot of questions for Brian Norman. So I think really what it just comes down to, it's like, it's more of the unknown of, is Devin going to show old Devin? And we really haven't seen Norman with anybody. Like, anybody really with anyone close to like Devin's IQ. And you don't have to feel like Devin's IQ is the best in boxing, right? I think in the Ryan Garcia fight, I think he did show lower IQ because I think he went and fought a bad game plan by trying to fight Ryan Garcia. Just my personal opinion. But I do feel like Devin's IQ is better than Jin Sasaki. I think his IQ is better than the Puerto Rican fighter he stopped before. I think his IQ is better than Giovanni Santillan. I think his IQ is better than Buka Chica. I think his IQ is better than Quentin Randall. I honestly do. But, you know, I don't say that Devin is the pound for pound IQ guy. But I do feel like Devin IQ is definitely way more superior than everyone that Norman has faced. All right. You know, so I'm not saying like he's Floyd Mayweather, Terrence Bud Crawford, all right? But there's no way I'm going to say Jin Sasaki's IQ is better than Norman, because let's put this in perspective, right? You know, and I'm half Asian, right? So I'll tell you, like, I'm just keep it a buck. In Japan, to be a welterweight Japanese fighter is not a normal thing, right? Usually Japanese fighters are smaller weight classes, right? A lot of Asians don't really fit the description of 6 foot, 5'11", 5'10", right? So more than not, to be a welterweight Japanese fighter, sparring, training, and working in Japan is not really accessible. So you're kind of working off of raw talent. And so with that, compared to Devin, who's been able to get in the ring with all these guys, get knowledge from all these fighters, work with all these different people, just have a tremendous amount of utility, accessibility, just everything, the access to it, right? That alone will make you a way better fighter. And Jin Sasaki in that fight showed just raw talent. I don't think Jin Sasaki is a good representation of good defense and a good representation of, you know, Brian setting great traps, right? To a person who's maybe recognized these patterns and these little tricks, right? Devin has, like, we can't deny that. So I'm not saying that Norman is not a guy that possessed the ability to beat Devin, right? That's why we're so intrigued in this fight. It's really a pick'em fight, right? It's really a 50-50 fight when you really look at it. But calling it for what it is, this is a tough fight for both these guys. But I really do think that Devin does have, which maybe someone in here said, I think they were like IQ, Devin's IQ or skill, because he's definitely skilled. I mean, I guess I'm lumping IQ and skill together, right? As skilled as Devin. Because Devin definitely has tools that a lot of the people that Brian Norman's opponents does not, you know? So it is going to be a very interesting fight for Brian Norman. And we're going to actually see another layer and another dimension from Brian Norman if he has to actually tap into it, which he will, and actually successfully pulls it off. This is one of those fights where whatever Norman has not shown us, he has to show us. And this fight will allow us to then take on to other fights so that we can actually properly assess Norman's abilities. Norman, if he is a guy who can actually box or show that he can actually do really well against a boxer, this is the fight that he'll be able to show it. There's not enough data and research, really, about Norman. So it's really at that point kind of a guessing game. And that's why we're all intrigued. It feels like the main event fight, you know? I think Devin doesn't get enough credit. And I think Norman hasn't had an opportunity to show what might be obvious to him, but not obvious to us because we just haven't seen it. I think the Quentin Randall fight showed a little bit where he struggled a little bit. He didn't look like Norman, the destroyer in the Quentin Randall fight. So that's why I'm saying, like, it leaves holes for Devin Haney to really come in and actually put on a boxing clinic against Norman, as long as he doesn't get caught, right? Tank needs to stop hitting women. I mean, if he did, I agree. Devin doesn't have a lot of power. He may need some power versus Norman. I think just at the end of the day, he just needs to fight his fight. I think the Ryan Garcia fight showed that when he's not fighting his fight, it can be a really bad night for him. I think Devin's going to have surprising power at 147. I mean, I think I'll have respectful power, right? Maybe not like surprising, like, yo, I've never got hit like that in my entire life. But I think that, enough Devin Haney punches put together, this shit's going to hurt, dude. It is. He has a good right hand. True tiny. Been seeing a lot of big Asian people lately. I don't know what's going on with these dudes. They become super soldiers. I mean, I'm not like I'm half black, I'm half Korean, so I'm not like a giant. I'm like 5'8", so I think that's just average or maybe slightly tiny compared to American standards. I might be above average in Asian standards. I think my son's gonna be super tall because he's 2 years old and he's 3 feet already. My girl is 5'8". She's Asian, so he might actually benefit from some of my genes on my dad's side, the black side, and then just because his mom's considered a tall Asian woman. So, but maybe the super soldiers is coming, because I feel like my son might be a super soldier according to you. Maybe it's something they put in the foods or the formulas or stuff, because like I said, dude, he's like over 3 feet and he just turned 2. So might be another Jin Sasaki. I just hope he doesn't fight like a Jin Sasaki. No disrespect to Jin Sasaki. I'm just only making these references as a reference to separate where I think Devin's skills is compared to him. But, Jin became a mandatory. So, he's not terrible, but, I just want to just separate Devin's skill set, by saying these type of stuff, because I do feel like Devin's skill set is that much more superior than Jin. It just is what it is, if you want me to be honest. Devin has showed that his bread and butter is boxing from outside. His win over Regis made him think he was a puncher and underestimate Ryan to be maybe crazy antics. See? I really do think he was actually... Yeah, Zhang is a big Asian, yeah. But he's like one amongst many in China. And China actually has like an area where they have like enormous big people, like giant Asians. Like, let me see. In China, there is a lot of... Where in China is there a lot of big Asian men? This sounds like a crazy ass Google search. But the region is often cited as having taller populations. So northern and northeastern China, Shandong and Bohai Rim, province and area as are mentioned as studies have taller men. Okay, let's see where Shanghai is also. Let's see where Zili Zhang's from. Zili Zhang is from what part of China? He's from Shanghai County, Queensai Village. Where is the located in China? I think this is northeast China. Yeah, so he's in the regions where big, taller Asians are from. So there is a region in China that does produce like Zili Zhang kind of people. Shakur said the only fighter who can legitimately match his IQ in the ring is Andy Cruz. Do you watch Andy Cruz and kind of see what he means? Yes, but I do feel like right now he's being fast-tracked in the pros, and I think he's still trying to develop as a professional. You still see like glimpses of his amateur background, but you also see a lot of his inability to not fade. I guess he fades a little bit. You know, he's still having to acclimate to longer fights. Sitting down on his punching, it's still kind of something he's working on. And even then, just being able to take punches as well as some of the professionals. So I do feel like if Andy Cruz did fight Keyshawn, I would favor Keyshawn, you know, because of the adjustment as pros. So we'll see. You know, Raymond Muay Thai, if he does get that fight, is a great fight. It's a huge step up. And, you know, I think Raymond Muay Thai is not a typical Robert Garcia fighter that just people think he's going to come forward. I think he has a lot of tools. He has good boxing. He can box and he can fight. So Devin likely boxes on his back foot while Brian Rim tries to get inside, land a big shot, basically my take. And I asked you guys, if Norman can't land that shot, then what? Does he outbox Devin? Can he go to decision? You know, because Devin does not get tired. I can say that. Devin can go 12. So we'll see. If Norman's game plan is to knock Devin out, especially early, and it doesn't work out, then what is the game plan too? Can he outbox Devin? You know, he hasn't had an opportunity to show us, so we'll have to wait and see. But this is one of those type of fights where we know what Devin can do best. You know, this could be fight of the year. This Vergil Lubin should be a goodie. I'm looking forward to it, man. I think we all struggle to get through this undercard so that we can get to what we all been waiting for. This fight, man. You know? Can't wait to see Abdullah. I agree. I think Abdullah is definitely one of those guys that's just going to be one of the next ones, without a doubt. I think Devin, his dad, sees something in Norman that's going to re-highlight Devin's presence. I mean, at the end of the day, they're kind of the ones that are picking this fight because Norman didn't really have the luxury to pick his opponents. You know, they was kind of this new guy in the block. Devin has a lot more notoriety and a lot more options. And so I think for them to take this fight, they do see something that's a little, you know, a little different. So we're still waiting for the main event right now. So my homie from Korea is 6'2", 220. My ex was South Korean, 5'9". I'm like, hold up, something's in that rice. Maybe, Jay. Yeah, dude, maybe. Because, yeah, my girl's like 5'8", so not really known to be that tall. Jamel Boots just has some words? Really? Where'd you see it? Was it out? I'm curious how that interaction went. Where did you see it? Where'd you see you said they had some words? Where was it at, Noah? I need to know. I need to know. I need to know where you got. No, Bomac doesn't have Abdullah. Bomac has Keyshawn. Abdullah's trained by his father. I haven't seen enough of Andy Cruz. You think he beats Raymond? It's a tough fight, bro. Andy Cruz kind of tires. And, you know, Raymond has a heavy hand, so. All right, so the tradition continues. I'm going to show a screenshot. Erickson Lubin comes in with none other the Roger Mayweather, the Floyd Mayweather, the taunting of, and the embracing of the Mexican people. You know, whatever way that you want to take it. But that is what he has came in. So you know what time he is on. Ortiz all the way. All right. So we got Erickson Lubin getting in the ring right now. He's getting booed like crazy. As, you know, as what's probably expected. So Norman's gonna take Devin out. I could see that. I mean, look, it's one of those type of fights, man. You know, Norman's young, athletic. He has a power punch. You know, he just hasn't been able to show what he's been telling everyone he can do. So this is a perfect opponent. If Jamel gets a tune-up, I'll take him over Boots. That'd be a good-ass fight, man. Because Jamel, man, he could lose 11 rounds out of 12. That 12th round, he'll still find a way to get the knockout. I don't know how he does it, but next fight, Ortiz versus Boots. Who won Steven's fight? It was a draw. After hearing Hitchens say he outclassed Norman, sparring got me thinking Norman would have his hands full with Devin. Maybe. I mean, Terrence Crawford was at the sparring session with Hitchens with Norman, so I'm actually curious. I actually want to hit up Terrence and actually ask what he thinks. That's what I want to. I mean, if I do find out, I won't tell you guys because you probably wouldn't want me to tell it. But I am curious what he thinks because he sparred Norman, and I don't think he's ever sparred Haney, but he's been around Haney. So he's been around a lot of these guys. So I'm just curious. Hitchens did say he put hands on Brian. Yeah, I saw that clip on Jamel Herring's podcast. Boots IG story? Hold on now. I gotta look this up. Vergil Ortiz getting in the ring. If Norman can't catch Devin, he loses. If you can't see Brian Norman winning by outboxing. Yeah, he does need to catch him, man. Hold on. You said it was on Boots' IG? Hold on. Don't get me excited now. Oh, they did on the zone. Okay. They did get into it. I mean, I can't. It's the zone's footage, but. Charlo seemed like Charlo. Duran seemed like Duran. Man, I need Boots to be a little bit more lively, man. Yo, man, Eddie, get the fuck out of the way. Oh man, dude. I don't even think they even went at it. I feel like Charlo was just doing it, and then Eddie had to come in and just kind of, help Jerron in the yapping department, because the body language of Boots doesn't really tell like his true demeanor, right? When it comes to fighting, right? Like he can fight, so it's kind of like I'm gonna let my fighting do it. I'm just this cool, calm, collective guy. But I like to see the yap a little bit. That's why I really like the footage I caught of Jerron and Blair when they were going at it. I was hoping it would be a little bit more like that, but it was friendly. It was friendly. Let's go Lubin Hammer time. Did Stevens win the fight? Nah, that was a draw. It's the stadium pack. It looks pretty filled out. It does. I didn't like how Lubin looked in his last fight. I think Vergil might stop him. I got Vergil to win this fight. It'd be impressive if it was an early stoppage. I do feel like it would be mid-late stoppage. I just think Vergil is just hitting his peak right now. And Lubin's a great test, man. So if Vergil can eat some of Lubin's punches, because I do think Lubin's going to land, man, and it don't have no effect on Vergil, man, it's going to be a tough fight. If I'm looking at that Charlo Ennis exchange, Philly's different. Yeah, to buy, yep, exactly. It's almost like he can't even replicate his killer instinct that when he's in a ring, the switch is automatic. It's like you can see it switches. But once he gets out of the ring, dude, he's just a really chill, nice dude, man. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, being around Boots, like, he has a fun side, but he's really just a really cool, calm, collective guy. Like, you couldn't really, honestly... Yo, is that Derek and Lubin's... Oh, yeah, because of Coach K. I know Lubin's strength conditioning coach. I didn't even... It's because of Coach K. I was like, yo, when did he start working with Lubin? But they're in the ring right now. Here. So they're in the ring right now. Anyone that said what time the fight start? Vergil just is in the ring. They're about to announce him. I'm about to call the fight, so yeah, I'm excited for this fight, man. Lubin, that suit looked like a member of Three Amigos. I remember that. The only black fighter in our generation I've seen in the Mexican community really embraces Crawford. Because I think Crawford embraces it back. Like, think about his ring walk for Canelo. He really showed that he has, like, relations to, like, the Mexican culture, Like, it was a genuine tribute. Not like I'm taunting, because I think Roger Mayweather taunted and then Floyd copied, in tribute of his. But I think Crawford was actually a true tribute. So Norman Sr. was asked about it on TBV. He didn't deny what Hitchens said. Yeah, but sparring at the end of the day, man. That's how I look at it. Boots would beat the shit out of Charlo. I mean, that's a good fight, man. Let's make it happen. I think Mexican rock with Earl as well. They did, because of the town South Texas. Yeah, I agree. That's actually... But took all the expensive Mexican fans. All right, man. It's about to go down, man. Oh, shit. All right. All right, they take center in the ring, man. I'm excited. They're in the center ring. Lubin's on his back foot, keeping good distance, not keeping Vergil up close. Vergil is inching a little bit closer. Vergil is using his jab a little bit. Right now it's a jabbing fight. Lubin is throwing a couple jabs to the body. Lubin definitely needs to make sure he's not on the ropes, man. Vergil just inching a little bit with a high guard. Lubin throwing a couple jabs. Double jab from Lubin. Just these guys are measuring each other up. Nothing significant has landed. Lubin's doing a couple level changes by going a couple jabs to the body and a couple jabs to the head, just to give Vergil a couple things to think about while walking in. Vergil got Lubin on the ropes. 2 left hooks to the body landed, and he tried to go left top. Another left hook to the body. They tie up and clinch. All right, Lubin back center of the ring. Lubin's in that southpaw stance right now. Keeping solid distance right now. Vergil does not seem phased right now. Just kind of just slowly moving forward. Inching a little bit closer, but good turning. Lubin eats a jab from Vergil. Good turning from Lubin. Lubin's making sure that his back just doesn't immediately go straight to the ropes. He's turning slowly, making sure that he stays in the center of the ring. Great boxing right now from Lubin. Just not allowing Vergil just bull rush. Using that jab a little bit. Turned that jab into a lead hook. That right hook maybe might have landed on Vergil. All right, Vergil push Lubin on the ropes. All right, Lubin's off the ropes, but he eats a jab, and I think he eats another jab. He might have got caught with a left hook. Strong jab from Vergil. Definitely feels like Vergil is landing with bigger and badder intentions with his shots. Lubin has a very snappy, sharp jab, but Vergil is thrown with bad intentions. Good jab to the body from Vergil. Lubin's in the corner. He eats a couple jabs. Oh, and he eats a right straight between the guard from Vergil. Definitely a Vergil round. Smash the like button, folks. I appreciate it, my guy. Without a question, that was a Vergil round. I'm going to get a score pad. Yeah, as in right now, that was a great round for Vergil. Lubin did a great job of just kind of trying to keep his back off the ropes by circling a lot and using his jab at times, but Vergil definitely landed a lot of successful body shots, left hooks to the body, straight right. I mean, Vergil looked good, man. Vergil looked good. That first round is definitely a concerning round in a way where if that's the pace that we'll be going at and Lubin doesn't make any adjustments, it's only going to snowball because I do feel like Vergil gets stronger the later the fight goes. Vergil tends to have his weaker rounds early on, so all right, Vergil comes out swinging. Good jab from Vergil. Out jabs Lubin. Lubin tries to go with a straight right. Barely misses. Lubin's pawing that jab from the southpaw stance. He's constantly throwing it out just to kind of keep distance while Vergil looks like he's trying to counter. I think in the first round, Lubin did catch him with a good lead right hook because I think there's a little red mark on the left eye, above the left eye of Vergil. But good counter. Vergil landed a good counter jab on Lubin. Oh, and a good left hook and a right. Vergil got Lubin on the ropes. He's starting to tee off on Lubin. Oh, and a good jab from Vergil. Vergil's starting to really tee off on Lubin. Lubin's trying to get Vergil off, but he can't. You can definitely tell the bigger puncher is Vergil. It really doesn't seem like Vergil respects Lubin at all. He has him up on the ropes. And he's really setting some good shots on Lubin. He's setting the pace. He's throwing some good shots to the body. 2 right hooks landed on Lubin. And Lubin's hurt! Lubin's out! Lubin's out! Lubin's out on the ropes! He's out! Oh my God! It's He was out on the ropes. You don't see that. You don't see a knockout like that. He was out on the ropes. He slept him standing. Just like you said. Slept him standing. Wow. Wow. You cannot say that was impressive. Wow. 2 rounds. 2 rounds. 2 rounds. Wow. 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 I mean, look, I said mid-late stoppage. But he slept him standing. Vergil Ortiz won. Listen. Let me see if I can get a screenshot. Let me stop when I can. Hold on, let me see. Oh, right here. Hold on. Right here. Okay. Vergil had Lubin up on the ropes, and he was teeing off him. Eventually, one of the shots, you can see Lubin kind of go out on his feet. But the ropes is keeping him up. The ref had to recognize Lubin is out. Lubin is out on the ropes, and Vergil was still teeing off on him. It's almost like his body went limp. Like, it went from, you can see him moving his body to, it just kind of limp. It just went limp. And Vergil was teeing off on him. The ref had to come in there and legitimately go in between and said, no more. And Lubin didn't contest it. Because that's what I was waiting for, to be like, oh, was that a premature stoppage? But no. Lubin looked like he just woke up and kind of was like, what's going on? I didn't see no push, no shove, nothing. What up, Murd 15? No push, no shove, no out. It looked like he was like conceded to the idea, like, oh shit, I just woke up. Fight's over, right? I just lost, right? Ah, dude, that was scary, dude. Nah, you can't stay on the ropes for Vergil. You got to get off the ropes from Vergil. Good stoppage from the ref. Honestly, good stoppage from the ref. Great stoppage from the ref, because he was really gonna get hurt. He was gonna get hurt. And like I said, man, Golden Boy earlier, their matchmaking is on par with Top Rank, man. Floyd Schofield knocked out Tevin Farmer. Vergil Ortiz sleeping Lubin on the ropes. Golden Boy's development team might be on par, man, with Top Rank. And that's my concern with Jaron Ennis, man. You can tell Jaron Ennis can do it. But if you can't get these type of fights that keep you, like, you kind of have to worry a little bit. Like, you can't, you know what I mean? But, that's what they said about Terrence Crawford. He wasn't fighting nobody. So, but you cannot sit here and say Vergil Ortiz's resume and his performances do not match the hype and the credit that people was giving him. You just can't. And I get it. Lubin might be considered chinny and that, but a resume speaks for itself, man. There was a lot of people that really legitimately thought Lubin can do it. It was considered a risky, dangerous fight for amongst many people. And you just have to say, like ENB said, Lubin just got outclassed. Once he resorted to high guard, the night was prime for an early. Dude, it's not even just a high guard, man. When Vergil was technically outboxing Lubin. They were standing in mid range. Lubin had the better jab. Vergil had the better, stronger, snappier jab. He worked the body. He controlled the pace. Even when he hit Lubin with a good shot, when he hit him and he went to turn and pivot, like he was, dude. Vergil is a problem, dude. Vergil is a problem, man. Vergil wasted no time. That was scary. Lubin was a sitting duck. Yeah, dude, you got to get off the ropes. What's good, fam? What was Lubin doing? Terrible game plan. I don't really think Lubin even had a chance. That was likely Lubin's last chance. I don't even think he had a chance. Because when they signed the fight, yeah, you did say early. You did say early, 2 rounds. Yep, that was impressive. I didn't think it was gonna be early either. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think Lubin had a chance, to be honest, because the timing, the speed, everything Vergil did was better than Lubin. There was literally nothing Lubin did better. The footwork was better from Vergil. The body work was better. The jab, the shot selection, the speed, the timing, the power. Oh my God, dude. There was a right hand that put Lubin out. Oh my God. If you guys did not see, dude, you just have to go look it up online. They in the ring right now. They in the ring right now. They in the ring right now. We got what we wanted. We got what we wanted. We got what we wanted. I ain't gonna lie though, Vergil's the better shit talker. The trash talker. Vergil is... I feel like Vergil's better on the mic. Hey, I gotta go to this fight. I gotta go to this fight. Hey, man. They just sold it. Now bring on Ortiz boots. No excuse. Eddie Hearn stopped the talk and make the boots versus Ortiz fight. People want to see the war. Gladiator fights, not hand-picked one. Clowns, not Eddie Hearn's. Man, I'm at the point where I don't even care on who was what and what. All that shit doesn't matter. Can we just get it? Can we just get it together? Can we figure out how to get this fight together? All this other shit does not matter. Oh, this person was ducking first. Oh, man, Vergil won. Second round. cooked Lubin. All the streams are down. Oh, you can just go look it up online, man. Man, we needed him to do that. We needed Boots to get in the ring. We needed that moment. Like, we needed that. Oh, man. We need this fight. We need this fight. But I'll tell you this, man. Vergil destroying Lubin like that. Have to say, man, that shit was impressive. That shit was impressive. I mean, I thought he was going to stop Lubin, but I didn't think it was going to be 2 rounds. I didn't think he was going to have him sleeping on the ropes. I didn't think it was going to be like that. I mean, shoo. Look, I ain't gonna lie, man. I've always felt Boots was gonna win the fight, but man, Vergil keeps making these performances that I have to be like, I don't know, man. I don't know because listen, as talented Boots is, and as solid as Boots can look, Vergil continues to show, even on a finished Lubin. I knew some people, Lubin might be, dude. Vergil looks scary. Like, they both look scary. It's just Lubin is doing it against the opposition to a guy that many people thought was actually going to be a threat to him. You know what I mean? So, Lubin's near a gatekeeper status, if that. I mean, it's kind of where I kind of felt that Vergil was going to win by stoppage. But I just didn't think it was going to be like that. I'm just speaking for myself. How was the weakest stoppage when he got slept on the ropes? You thought I was a weak stoppage? Bro, I didn't see Lubin contest that at all. That one was more impressive, but styles may fight. Stylists, I think Boots has more tools. Man, dude. I just feel like we just gotta stop underrating Vergil, man. Like, I see what you see in Boots, like I do with the tools, but I feel like we gotta like not underrate Vergil because I didn't think he was gonna beat Madrimov. Like, I didn't think he was gonna beat Madrimov, and he did. Like, he did, and he did it in a way where people didn't contest like the way they did with Bud, which styles make fights, right? But Vergil legitimately deserves, honestly, all the credit and the opinion that he would beat Jaron Ennis. I would not be mad at people's opinions in that because he does look terrifying, dude. What if we find out that Boots, who walks through people and takes shots from all these people, he takes punches from all these people, right? All the shots that he takes from Sergey Lipinets, and the shots that he takes from this fighter and that fighter. Can he take a shot from Vergil? Because I don't know if he could just walk through Vergil and just take those type of shots consistently and think he won't be affected. You get what I'm saying? Like, he has to make sure his defense is tight because Vergil is cracking. He cracked Madrimov. He cracked all these people, dude. Like, Vergil is consistent when it comes to hurting guys. So, I wouldn't be surprised he hurt Boots. And if Boots is hurt, just like any other fighters has been hurt, do you know how to handle being hurt? You know, when you're the bully and you're the guy that's always beating people up, it's easy because you've been doing that the whole time of your career. But what if you find yourself in a position where, oh shit, where am I? Oh shit, I'm on the floor. That's a fight where at least Vergil has been on the floor. Vergil has hit the floor. Vergil has at least experienced that. And if anything, it seems like he's gotten stronger the later the fights went. I'm not saying who's going to win, but I just know that Vergil has shown that he can do that. You know? Can Boots do that? Because he can't just put his... You know what I mean? You just can't just expect Boots to fight carelessly with reckless defense against Vergil, man. But Vergil still ain't fought a guy that fights like Boots. You know what I mean? But I haven't seen, Boots fight. Like, Vergil is on a tear, man. Yeah, Lubin got cooked. Lubin definitely got cooked. My only concern is how does Boots' chin hold up with Ortiz? If it does hold up, he can outbox Vergil. Yeah, if he can take Vergil's punch, but, man. And earlier, for some of the people that wasn't in here, I've been to Vergil fights, and it's different compared to what you see on TV. Sometimes you can, I'm not the one that's taking a shot, but, you can kind of tell, by hearing the sound and the way that the shots are loaded up, that dude can crack. So, hey, man. That's a fight that we need. We need that fight. I might have to go to Philly. I might have to roll out to Philly and start getting some Boots content. I might have to try to reach out to Rick, Vergil's manager, and start doing some interviews. I need to start getting things rolling, man. Because this is a fight that we cannot let slip through the cracks. There's not even a belt on the line. And this seems like the most meaningful fight in the division. So, just please, Lubin needed a box instead of stood there like a heavyweight. I think that was Lubin's attempt to box, man. I don't think you're giving him credit. If Vergil beats Boots, he's pound for pound great. I have nothing to say. I mean, Vergil beating Boots would literally send Vergil into a stratosphere of being one of the next biggest stars in boxing. I mean, really kind of both. But I think Vergil right now has shown consistency in building his fan base because of the type of fights that he's been in. He's drawing attention. He's taking compelling fights on paper. Lubin's game plan was straddle on the ropes. My man Chris said, F Boots. Eric says, I would go with Boots, but he got in there with weak defense. Ortiz would definitely be the best at 154, so Boots don't need any slip-ups against Ortiz. So I'm saying, I feel like Boots' defense can be on point when he wants it. That's what I like to think. But, there's only so much I could just think, man. Vergil is really just kind of setting himself apart. Because I keep saying, dude, Majumov was a guy that I just didn't think he would beat. I just didn't. And he's getting better, man. Can we at least get Boots versus Majumov? Can we get Boots versus one of these guys so we can really just... Because we might be suckered into some shit, man. And I'm not saying that as in, I don't think Boots isn't that guy. And I also don't think Lubin wasn't that guy, as in not the perfect opponent for Golden Boy to make Vergil look great. But at the end of the day, Vergil still did what he was supposed to do against a guy where people were questioning if Vergil was going to get it done. So, look, they both had tremendous performances. The only thing is Vergil did it with a name, a person that we recognize, a person we can actually assess. Lima didn't really give us that opportunity. So I have to give it more props to Vergil. But regardless, they both got their opponents out the way. Can we get this fight for next year? My man said Lubin's trash, not going to lie. Hey, it could be great matchmaking, man. Lubin was laying on the ropes. He was getting that getting a back massage. Boots got just as much as power and more skills. It's one of them fights, man. Did Imagine just lose to another opponent since he lost to Ortiz? Nah. I don't even think Imagine even fought since then. Let me double check, Eric. Cause there ain't no way Imagine fight just slip out the cracks. Nah. This last fight was Vergil. But see, this is what happens, Chris. It's always, what have you done for me lately? You know? Like, you know, we boxing fans are fickle. I admit, I'm fickle too, right? And I really thought going into this fight that this was a great opponent for Vergil. Just like how Kid Austin fought Tevin Farmer. That was a great opponent, and he blasted him out, right? I did think, just like Chase said, I did think Vergil did lose to Boychuk, but at the end of the day, fights that happen at that time don't apply to the fights that happen now. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. You know, Boots looked like shit against Karen, you know, but then he looked way better against Stanionis. You know, Vergil looked like shit against Boychuk. Looked amazing against Lubin and even Majimov. So at a certain point, it really doesn't matter at this point now. If Boots don't fight Vergil, then Boots need to legitimately fight some guys that we actually know. We can't let this fight slip. Eddie won't put Boots in this next. I don't know what it takes, man. I don't know what it takes. I don't know what's going on. All right, my guy. Appreciate it, man. Lubin's a great opponent. He fought 2 champions. Vergil was the better fighter. I just hate the stoppage. You really thought that was a bad stoppage? Man, you really wanted... Lubin was going to get hurt. That was a great stoppage. That was a great stoppage. That was going to legitimately be a nightmarish stoppage. Like, I am very pleased with that ref. Because that ref legitimately saved Lubin. He saved him. If it wasn't for the stoppage, Lubin would have been asleep standing. Absolutely, Chris. Personally, I prefer both become champion first before fighting, so the fight would mean more. I mean, if it worked out that way, yes, but please, just... I don't even care about belts no more, man. We gotta just let that shit go, man. If we can get this fight next, I would be so much more pleased just knowing that nothing was missed. Like, nothing was missed. Like, I know the fight ain't gonna happen next. I know it won't. But I don't want them to go on and fight other styles that may potentially get them beat. This is perfect. This is a great prime fight. You got contrasting styles, contrasting fan bases, contrasting everything. It's giving me Chavez, Medrick, Taylor. It's giving me Pernell, Chavez. It's giving me that. Is this going to be Chavez versus Medrick, Taylor, or Chavez versus Pernell? Because Chavez won one of those. And we know, even though with the draw, he lost the other. So it's that. It's that type of fight. So I just want the fight, man. I just want the fight. De La Hoya has 1 fire left. He's not going to throw it away. He's going to run from Boots. Hey, man. Just make it happen, man. Just make it happen, man. Make it with a rematch clause. Make it with a rematch clause, so they have to fight each other twice. They both young, so they will fight, but they should become champs first. Just my opinion, though. Man, dude, I'm with you, but let's just not, man. Let's just get it together. Boots and Ortiz is great anticipation of junior middleweight fight since Charlo and Castano rivalry without a title on the line. Vegas fight, yes. Vegas or Texas, Dallas Cowboy. Lubin was asleep. Man, we need to get this fight, man. This fight would be in Saudi. Oh my God. I want to go to this fight. My man said, Lubin, what the fuck? Bro. Hey, I've been pretty good this year picking fights, so I didn't get this one wrong. I didn't get this wrong. But I definitely didn't expect 2 rounds, but brutal, man. Brutal, man. Brutal. Jerry World. Either Jerry World or Vegas, man. But I once again, I feel like the Jerry World would be because Vergil, I think, can bring a really big crowd out. Like, Bo's chin ain't as damaged as Lubin. I knew Lubin was gonna get knocked out. Now can we all right, so let's rewind back a little bit. All right, let's rewind back. Now I'm all in the moment, right? And I'm giving Vergil all the props for beating Lubin, all right? But at the same time, I want to also be like a skeptic for a little bit, right? Let me be on the other side. Let me wipe the excitement out of my eyes. You know, Lubin was supposed to lose this fight. He was prime picking. You know, he was a great opponent to make Vergil look great. People do question, quote, his chin. And Vergil did everything that he's supposed to do. So, when fighters do what they're supposed to do, you're in a position to be a superstar. Now, a fight with Boots may not go like the Lubin fight because Lubin is nowhere near, I guess, by the eye test at the level of Duran. Duran is lacking the resume-ish, right? But Lubin hasn't necessarily climbed the mountain and was able to actually legitimately claim a stake of saying, I am the best 154 pounder. I am a world champion. You get what I'm saying? So as much as I'm giving Vergil credit, I also have to put in perspective. I thought Vergil was going to knock him out. So he didn't do nothing that I didn't expect him to do. The Madrimov fight was more scary and more risky. And he proved me wrong in that setting. So because he did the Madrimov fight and he won there, it led me to believe that he was definitely going to beat Lubin. But how he was going to do it, and was he going to struggle? Great matchmaking. You know what I mean? Because Tevin Farmer, kind of same effect with Kid Austin. Kind of tough fight. Didn't really know what was going to happen. Yada, yada. It's okay to say Lubin is a gatekeeper at this point. It's okay to say that. But it's also okay to say Vergil's that man. Vergil is that guy. Arguably that guy at 154, without a doubt. You know? With these consistent wins. So, my man said he lost money tonight. It's okay. It's okay. It was one of those type of fights. You think Lubin may retire after this since he can't win the big one where he ever gets a chance? I mean, it's only going to get tougher at this point. Like, who's he supposed to fight? Fundora. You know, I mean, he's been getting stopped. You know, but he's supposed to fight. He was supposed to fight Bakram. You remember? If it wasn't Vergil, he's gonna fight Bakram. So he gonna fight Bakram. He gonna fight Fundora. He gonna fight Boots. Shit, and the way that Xander moves, he probably outboxed Lubin. So, look, this is great matchmaking with a guy who deserves the credit. And that's just what it is, you know? Because I know what's going to happen. A lot of Lubin's washed. Lubin's a gatekeeper. Lubin has no chin. We knew this kind of setup was going into the fight. We did. Lubin was the little guy in the poster. Lubin needed this fight. Vergil didn't need to take this fight. We knew this story. So, but the fact that Vergil did it still doesn't take away the credit. And the way he did it, it was entertaining. It was immaculate. And to be honest with you, if Lubin was a little bit more durable, it probably would have been more punishing because the speed difference was there. I mean, someone said Lubin wasn't countering. I don't think he could counter. I don't think he was able to actually see Vergil's punching speed. Like, there was not even a night and day difference. I mean, there was a night and day difference between the two because the fact is, when Vergil was punching, he was landing with ease. When Lubin was punching, he was palming. He was trying to get the space. And then Vergil would time him. Lubin was throwing a lot of jabs, trying to bait and counter. And, you know, there was nothing that Lubin could have done. So he did what he was supposed to do against a fighter that wasn't on his level. I'm not saying Lubin wasn't meant for the job. You know, Vergil did what he was supposed to do if he was that guy. And he looks like that guy. So the performance came out the way it did. So, you know, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to give him credit because he performed as that guy. That's the only way you can get the credit. Now, do I see everybody doing that to Lubin at 154? No, absolutely not. You know, I don't see Xander knocking Lubin out in 1 or 2 rounds. I don't. You know, Fedor would probably take him just as long as he did before. Maybe a little bit better, you know, because he seems a lot more polished now than he did when he fought him. But when you're that guy, you're supposed to blow these guys out of the water. Just make them look like nobody. Make it look like, oh, it was obvious. Lubin was, you know what I mean? So I do have to give Vergil all the credit in the world because he did that. He looks like the best 154 pounder, arguably him and Fedor. You know what I mean? He looks like you can crown him that. So that's why I give him the credit. The glove pull down is always savage. You can see him trying to do it. Dude, Vergil's a beast. I don't care what nobody says. He's a beast. You know? And if people are saying they're moving him right and they're taking his time, you know, he's 27, never been a world champion and this and that and all that stuff, that's fine. It's cool. I'm pretty sure if he fought Fedor, he has a great chance of knocking Fedor out. If you put him in there with Bakram, he has a great chance of knocking Bakram out. You put him in there with Boots, we don't know if Boots can take a Vergil Ortiz punch flush. So, but like Pablo says, I don't see him doing that with Boots. And I think Boots is far more above than where Lubin's at right now in his career. Even though Boots does not have the sexy resume that Vergil has with a Majimov, a Boychuk, you know, these guys, Mean Machine, who arguably dropped Terrence Crawford. He doesn't have names like that. But if you can get Boots this fight, we can really honestly say Jaron Ennis is that guy too. So they need each other to make that claim at this point. I think Vergil has a better state to make other fights and kind of leave Jaron Ennis to dry out, you know, and not be able to, I don't know, get these marquee name fights and freeze them out and have these criticism go on longer and longer. But, you know, I do feel like Vergil is not that type of fighter. I think when they first originally had this fight worked on Saudi, I think Vergil did say yes. And I do feel like, you know, whatever happened on the boot side needs to get worked out. If it's worked out now, great. But I don't think Vergil's side turned that fight down. Because imagine saying, I'm going to want to fight Boots. Oh, Boots didn't want to fight me. Okay. Well, then give me the guy that everyone thought gave Terrence Crawford a tremendously tough fight. Give me that fight. It was like, Vergil's really about that smoke. He wanted Tim Tszyu fight before, remember? And that fight didn't work out because of the circumstance with Turkey and Tim Tszyu. So I don't think Vergil is saying no to these fights. And Andre Ward Andre Ward just, it's not hard to tell that Boots does get hit, you know? And also at the same time, it's not hard to say Vergil don't get hit, you know? Vergil got dropped by Boyacek, you know, arguably potentially lost that fight, you know? So I'm kind of at a point where now it's like we've seen them both have great nights, and we've also seen them kind of have subpar nights, you know, where Boots didn't really look like the monster that people make him out to be in the Karen fight. So we've seen holes, we've seen vulnerabilities, we've seen question marks, but we've also seen the potential of either one of these guys being the most dominant fighter at 154 and maybe being one of those top pound for pound guys in the near future. So they both have styles that can give each other problems, but at the same time, I do really think that Vergil holds the better card right now because Lubin, Majimov, Boyacek, you know, I know people say, well, Brandon Adams just beat Boyacek. I think Brandon Adams is an underrated fighter. I actually picked Brandon Adams to beat Boyacek in the rematch. So, but neither here or there. Both these guys are great fighters. You know, they just need each other. You know, I think Jaron Ennis, you know, when he destroyed Ruben Villa beat Rashidi Ellis. Remember, they were trying to set up Rashidi Ellis and Jaron, you know, and the way Jaron fought Villa, I think he honestly broke Villa. Like, Villa don't even fight the same anymore. I think Boots beat him so bad that the next fight he got knocked out. Can't really say that him getting his ass whooped by Jaron Ennis was not a playing factor why he was getting stopped his next fight. Be really hard to say there was no residual effects from that ass whooping. Like, Boots went slow motion on him. So I think they both have really shining moments. But at this point, if Boots cannot get Vergil, then go fight Bakram. Because if you can beat the shit out of Bakram, if you can destroy Bakram, if Boots can beat Bakram up and style on him and stop him, I don't even care about resume anymore at that point. Those two at that point are the best 154 pounders. I don't want to disrespect Fedor and Fedor, all right? But if Boots doesn't get the Vergil fight and he goes to Bakram and destroys him, all Vergil and Boots will then be is just a pissing contest. What can you do now that can outdo what I just did? Okay, what can you do now that I did this that can outdo that? And it's just going to be like that. So, no more preps for Vergil. I mean, you think Vergil is taking preps? You think Lubin was a prep? I mean, a little. I guess I can see it a little bit. No, when I'm saying Boots has beat the hell out of that one Spanish dude. Yeah, that's Ruben Villa. Yeah, Ruben Villa. That's exactly what I was saying. Like, oh, yeah, style-wise. Well, hold on now. We ain't about to do Vergil like that. We ain't about to do Vergil like Ruben Villa. Villa and Vergil are not the same. No. I think I also saw something. Does Vergil knock out Thurman? Oh man, Thurman has a lot of inactivity. That's a tough fight. That's a tough fight for Thurman, man. That's a tough fight for Thurman, especially the way that Thurman does not like body shots. But hear me out. Yeah, that fight. I'm not saying the same style, but dude, Vergil is fast, dude. Vergil is fast. Vergil has heart. Vergil has like tenacity. Like, he has grit. I feel like somewhere along the line of of just comparing those two is almost nonsensical in a way to even just say that they're the same type of come forward fighter. Villa is a big, tall, walk forward kind of guy. Vergil is, I will match in time and try to counter over your shot. Vergil hits angles. Vergil's footwork is pretty good. Vergil actually turns. And Vergil has a very dynamic amount of body shots that he can throw that Villa hasn't shown me at all. So as much as like they're aggressive fighters, I just can't even say they're even in the stratosphere of the same, because Vergil would do Villa just as bad as Gerard Ennis did. Because I think with Villa, if he came forward and pressed Vergil, you would see Vergil actually box Villa and actually would intelligently fight him going forward, as well as him being able to fight a little bit going backwards. Because I think Vergil does not get credit of being a good counterpuncher. Like, I can see Vergil actually boxing and turning Villa and hitting him with all different type of angles. You know, like, not saying like Lomachenko, but Lomachenko-esque a little bit, like the whole turning and hitting. Because you saw him, he kind of did that with Lubin a little bit. But he didn't really need to. Lubin was just already on the ropes like a sitting duck, so he just got to work and got him out. But if you really go back and watch Vergil's footwork, he can really hit angles a little bit, and he can kind of turn into his body shots and kind of, you know, like he watched the Boychuk fight. He rips, like, that's a really good word to use. He has a lot of ripping shots and a lot of torque. So that comes from like good foot placement and angles and kind of like being able to generate that momentum. And so when he shifts and rips those type of shots, Villa is nowhere near like that technical with his shot selection. Yeah, Villa definitely stays in front. Yeah, he probably would retire Thurman, but he is consistent with the pressure. But I think still it's intelligent pressure. I think Villa is just kind of like a come forward kind of guy, constant pressure. I think Vergil will make you respect that pressure in different type of ways. He may just stand kind of in front of you, but that pressure might feel like he's going to try to time your shot versus I'm just going to high guard and walk you down, all right? His pressure, like, to be honest with you, in the Lubin fight, they were in boxing range, really. It wasn't until certain points where Lubin had to take a couple steps back a little bit because he couldn't actually get Vergil's respect. That's really what it came down to. Because Lubin couldn't get his respect, he had to take a step back. But Vergil kind of worked his way in and didn't kind of just like high guard and I'm just gonna, you know, he kind of, I'm a little faster than you. I punch a little bit harder than you. I'm a little more creative than you. I go to the body. Okay. Oh, you didn't like that, huh? Like, Vergil kind of moved him back by mid-range fighting first. And so that's why I give Vergil a lot more credit, because he didn't just bully him on the ropes by pushing him. He actually made Lubin have to take a step back because he just couldn't outbox him. You know what I mean? Like, he couldn't actually outbox Vergil, which then forced him to be now up on the ropes, and then Vergil started beating the shit out of him. You know what I mean? I do see what you're talking about. Like, Vergil, yeah, he is a lot more technical. You know what I mean? But when you compare him to what we think Boots can do, I think it's Boots can nullify a lot of those things, which then will probably force Vergil to look more like a come forward offensive fighter. But, you know, we'll have to see, because I think Vergil's speed and his timing, his shots are a lot more compact. I think he goes to the body way more than a lot of Boots' opponents. And I got to see if Boots, the type of punishment that, you know, that he's able to just walk through in these other fights, can he do that with Vergil? And if he can't, then what does that fight look like? You know, does Boots turn into like a full-on boxing? Oh, no. I'm just giving like a full-on like glaze fest of Vergil. Like, I should be honest. I'm glazing Vergil. That's what I'm doing. But I also think highly of Boots. Like, even at a certain point, I still favor Boots because of the style. But Boots still hasn't really shown me, like, can he be flawless with his defense? Because he would have to be flawless. You know what I mean? Like, is he fighting these fights and fighting the way he's fighting because he doesn't respect them? Or is that honestly his way of fighting and his defense really is kind of subpar? And if it is actually subpar, can he take a lot of these punches from Vergil and not go down? And that's what I'm saying. Like, I am really putting in perspective that Vergil is really a guy that could probably make it a difficult fight if Boots isn't really who I think he is, you know? Because I'm going into the perspective that I think Boots can box, he can slip, he can be athletic, he can be dynamic, and he can be defensive if he wants to. But if he's not, and he's really forced to fight, because even in the Stanionis fight, he wasn't as defensively sound like he should be, you know? And those type of fights where you need to be sound is Vergil Ortiz. You need to show that you can be squeaky clean, not get touched for an extensive long time. Because in a sport like this, all it takes is one shot. So, and I think Vergil has one shot power that can hurt anybody, even Boots. Boots is not immune to one shot punch. It's a very dangerous fight for both. And I hope it happens. I think prime Adrian Broner gives Ortiz a harder time than Thurman. Man, I don't know about that. I don't know, man. Vergil looks good, man. Like, he's Boots about to beat the shit out of Vergil, Swift says. Hey, man. It's officially here. We got those two guys in the ring facing off. It only makes sense now. Nothing else makes more sense than this. Saudi, Turkey, DAZN, please get this shit together. I'll find my first flight. Matter of fact, I will find my next couple flights because the cancellation of these flights is the thing going on. So if you cancel my flight, I'll have another flight booked. Like, I'll get on a Greyhound, wherever it's at. Boots relies on athleticism and reflexes, but he gets baited a lot into inside fights, so to show he can bang with them, which is Philly habit, which he can be costly. Hey, I think Vergil. Now I got Vergil murdering Boots. And I think it's respectful because Vergil can probably land on almost anybody, you know? Even I think on Bud. I just think Bud would make the adjustments against Vergil. The question is, can Boots make the adjustments, you know? Because he's going to land on Boots, dude. I don't care what nobody says. He's going to land on Boots. But if Boots can make a clear, conscious effort to box and be defensively sound and use his athleticism to his advantage. But, dude, this could be legitimately Chavez versus Medrick Taylor. Like, think about it. You got a very ferocious, mean fighter in Vergil, like Chavez. And then you got Medrick Taylor, who has this hand speed, the athleticism, probably is quicker than Vergil. But then as a Philly fighter, right? As a Philly fighter, I think himself dragged himself into these kind of brawls that he didn't need to be in. And so I question, is that Boots as a Philly fighter? Is he a guy that could legitimately box a very comfortable fight against Vergil, who drags himself as a natural Philly fighter to want to brawl himself into a fight where later on in the later rounds, Vergil gets stronger and Boots finds himself in a position going, oh shit, I'm starting to take a lot of these punches and they starting to wear down on me. that's a little bit what happened with Chavez and Medrick Taylor. And all Medrick Taylor had to do was just make it to the finish line. And that's when that controversial of him getting dropped in the 12th. And, you know, so I don't know. Like, I think I favor Boots because I'm biased towards that style. If you know what I'm trying to say, like I like that style more, so I'm biased towards it, so I favor it more. But it doesn't really separate my opinion on the fact that Vergil is a huge threat, and that if he really does tee off on Boots, that I think he can actually hurt Boots. You know, so I just really think it's one of those type of fights that we're all in the moment. Two young guys that's just been on a tear, and we just want to see them get in the ring and really separate themselves. Because I think for a long time, I think Boots has kind of looked more of the definitive guy, and I think over time, Vergil has really made a huge step up in competition, where now people size the resume to the eye test, and the resume is starting to outweigh the eye test a little bit in people's eyes. So now at this point, you know, we have to actually see, you know, is our eyes deceiving us? Because Vergil is proving to us, you get what I'm saying? Vergil is proving to us that he's one of those guys because of the fact that he's fighting, you know, solid names. But, you know, Boots can really change that if he gets this fight right away. Vergil's really serious about it. The fight's over. It ended in the second round. Vergil demolished Lubin. It wasn't even a competition. It was bad. It was bad and brutal. Yeah. But even then though, I still favor Boots as much as I just glazed Vergil. But it's because I am biased towards that style. And that style has shown over time and time again to be very effective if used correctly. But if Vergil can break it, break him down, pull his guard down, hit him to the body, you know, people always question. The thing that people continue to bring up is Boots' jaw, his chin. So, you know, with that, we have to really see if he can take a solid punch from a true, vicious, mean guy like Vergil. Because I know Stanionis was considered the mean guy, right? But I really think Vergil is really that mean guy. Because, come on, Vergil's streak, let alone the people he's hurting. I mean, he hurt Madrimov. He hurt Boyacek. And everyone else got stopped. So, yeah, man. Great fight. I really think that either one of these guys can knock each other out. So, and I'm not ashamed to say that I'm more favorable in the boxing style. But, you know, at the end of the day, if you don't use that style right, Vergil will exploit it. If your defense has been looking the way it's been in all your fights, Boots, and you don't change that, Vergil's gonna exploit that, and he gonna start beating the shit out of you. So make the adjustment, show that you are at another level than Vergil, because Vergil has continuously, like I keep saying, shown the doubters, the naysayers. People didn't think he was gonna beat Madrimov. People didn't think he was gonna beat Lubin. Yes, the Boyacek fight is questionable, but since then, Vergil has definitely, for sure. If it wasn't Madrimov, it was the Lubin fight that people didn't think that Vergil was going to get through. And you have to respect people who proved you wrong. You just have to. I can't hate on Vergil because I thought he was going to lose to Madrimov, so he didn't. So all of a sudden now I have to say it's far-fetched for him to beat Boots. You know what I mean? Even though I thought maybe Boots would beat Madrimov too. However, it's easier saying thinking when Vergil is the one that did it. So Vergil has been down, and listen, but this is how we look at it. you can look at that as a weakness, but I also look at it as an experience, right? Because as much as Vergil has been down, it's the same thing about Abdullah Mason. Abdullah Mason went down, and a lot of people, myself included, praise Abdullah's demeanor and his poise to be able to come back strong, right? Andre Ward's been down before, multiple times, right? Darnell Boone, obviously Sergey Kovalev. His experience probably from Darnell Boone has helped him in the Kovalev fight, because at the end of the day, we don't know how Boots will react if he gets hurt. We don't know how Boots will respond if he gets hurt or goes down. We see time and time again a fighter gets hurt and do the wrong thing and get knocked out. We don't know if Boots legitimately has ever really been hurt in general. So we don't know what that looks like. We know what that looks like with Vergil. So same thing with Crawford when he went down with Mean Machine, though. It didn't count. Correct. I was there, and I thought Crawford did get dropped, even though they didn't count it. And we saw how he responded, right? So sometimes we can't just look at knockdowns as a weakness. Ali's been knocked down before he fought Sonny Liston. You know what I mean? So Sugar Ray Leonard's been knocked down. You know what I mean? So I get the concept that he's been down and Boots hasn't, and that could be a testament. Maybe Boots has a good chin and Vergil doesn't. Or it could be the opposite. Vergil's chin has been tested, Boots hasn't. You don't want to wait till a fight with Vergil to find out that you don't have a chin, and that's how you're going out. You know what I mean? At least find out a little bit beforehand so that you know how to maneuver and how to, you know what I mean? So you have to just not just take certain negative things that happen in fights and view it as like a weakness. You know, you can't. Yeah, he got hurt by Gamboa, right? So you also have to look at that, right? Boots' toughest fight date is his rematch with Karen. Karen did manage to show some flaws in Boots, and Ortiz can capitalize on, if you think about it. That's what I'm saying. Like, Boots is not someone to me who I think is flawless to a certain point, and even then he's still flawed, is Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather, as immaculate his defense is, Pernell Whitaker as well, as immaculate his defense was, Ali, float like a butterfly, sing like a bee, as immaculate these guys have shown defensively, things happen. They do get caught. They do get, you know what I mean? Shit does happen when they step up and fight their contemporaries, their peers, you know? So it's boxing. Shit's going to happen when you're fighting young, athletic, talented, strong fighters with good speed and good IQ and good skills. It's going to happen. So when you really look at it, Jaron Ennis can be beaten and can get knocked out because he is not as flawless as some of those other guys, in my opinion. You know, I think he has athleticism that people compare to Roy Jones, right? But even then we saw what happened with Roy. So it's boxing. These things do need to be worked on. As long as Jaron goes to the lab and works on those type of things. See, someone says Boots isn't Crawford, Vergil isn't Canelo. I mean, at this point in the career, I get it. Because that's hindsight information, because we know how great they are because of what they were able to accomplish, and these guys are still working on themselves. So we can't really speak on that until later on when their career is over. But I get what you're saying. If those guys have had difficulties and they're Crawford and Canelo and their careers, who's to say that Boots and Vergil is not immune to that? So I agree. So at the end of the day, I think we got what we wanted. You know, Boots knocked his opponent out, who was, they call it a can of lima beans. He did what he was supposed to do and got him out in a minute. Okay, Vergil, he fought what they said was a chinny Erickson Lubin. He's going to box. He has the punching power, blah, blah, blah. Well, he got him out in 2. So these two guys look immaculate against the opponents that their promoters have given them. And so the fight that makes sense for all of us is Jaron versus Vergil Ortiz. And so, but with that, I'm going to go on social media. I'm going to start making some videos and work on some stuff. I want to just shout out to each and one of you guys. I really appreciate everyone who took the time. LV, Imran, Wayne, Jay, Chris, Chase, the GOAT. I know this wasn't like a big, super crazy super fight tonight. Peeled out. You know, it's just a low-key, you know, hardcore boxing night because that's really what it was. The undercard was But, you know, Nej, Manuel, Rosas, Mr. Grandy, all you guys, man, Pablo, Eric Bell, Chris M. Just wanted to just go live today because I just haven't really been going live for a while. And so I'll definitely be putting a lot more coming out next year. I'm going to be traveling a lot. I was supposed to go to Miami next week for the Tank and Jake Paul fight, but obviously we know what happened there. So I've been kind of going in and out, going to some fights, working on some stuff, just not as active as in on the live, but a lot behind the scenes. You know, I'm sure you guys probably seen some of the interviews I've been doing. So I've been working on a lot of that stuff, but I will work on having more interactive lives and a lot of stuff for next year. I'm also going to be moving around, different location. I'll be packing some stuff up, so I'm working on that. But I'll be popping up at some different gyms, different areas, and so. But really appreciate you guys staying here, locked in. Like I said, I'm going to go look on social media. I'm going to make some videos. Yeah, man, I appreciate all you guys coming in, man. Like, this is just literally just a small, simple stream. You know what I mean? Appreciate you guys supporting the platform. You know, I know not everyone agrees with my take, which is what you're supposed to have, a take of your own. But the most important thing is as long as you're being honest and I'm being honest, you know, we can have fair conversations that are respectful and just think for yourself. You know, that's the most important thing that I learned from this covering boxing. Is just have a mind of your own. You know, there's sayings out there. There's idioms out there. Just have an opinion of yourself. Don't go what other people say just because they say it. It's redundant. You know, iron sharpened iron and this and that. And have a legitimate thought for yourself. Watch the fight. See for yourself. You know, don't just listen to me. Don't listen to what the commentators say. Legitimately have an opinion of yourself. And if it's honest from yourself, then it can't be wrong. You know, even if you're wrong, fight night, what you see is honest and pure. You know, when you start doubting yourself and start, you know what I mean, then that's when you kind of get mixed up. And that's when you're like, I should have listened to my gut. So everyone in here who's been speaking in here has been talking from their gut, hopefully. And I really think that there's no wrong way. So, but I appreciate all you guys, man. And I'll be, like I said, working on some lives. And then maybe I'll kind of start, you know, doing what some of these other guys do. Bring some guests on here, have them talk to you guys. It's so hard traveling to fights, going to gyms, setting up Zooms, talking to PRs, and then doing these lives. Because if I was in Texas, I would be at this fight. I wouldn't even be here live. I'll be running around, my head cut off, trying to get interviews and reactions. So when I'm not at a fight, I'll definitely make this a priority. As a reminder, I won't be in Saudi. So I will be doing this for November 22nd for the David Benavidez, Yard, Abdullah Mason, Devin Haney, Brian Orso. There will be a live for that. So if you guys aren't throwing a fight party or nothing like that, you guys want to kick in here. What up, Raphael? I had Lubin winning tonight. I'm not going to lie. It's all good, man. We can't get everything right, dude. I had Brandon Figueroa beating Stephen Fulton in the rematch. I was so wrong. I was on PBC's Twitter page. They asked me to do a prediction. I was so wrong. And they told me to do one for Tim Tszyu and Fedor, which they didn't post our media reactions. Like, they asked the media to do it, which I was wrong there, too. I picked Tim Tszyu to win the rematch. I was wrong. I even had to tell Fedor. I didn't have to, but I told Fedor, like, yo, I actually picked you to lose the Tim Tszyu rematch. So it's okay. We can all be wrong at times. It's just part of the sport. So, but it's good seeing you, Raphael. Anyone bet on Lubin winning? Oh yeah, a lot of people betted on Lubin. No, the stoppage wasn't premature. No, it was a good stoppage. The referee was actually in the right. Lubin was gonna get seriously hurt. So, but other than that, man, stay tuned. Mr. No Cap, Lubin losing the second round was crazy. I wasn't expecting that either, man. But I appreciate you guys, man. I might do some random lives coming up, man, because I feel like boxing's starting to get exciting. Again. So, but yeah, Vergil literally had Lubin KO while staying. Yeah, it was bad. So, all right, y'all, man. You guys, please listen. Also, stay locked, right? Before I let you guys go here too, don't leave the platform, right? The reason why I say don't leave the platform is I'll pull this up. We do have boots on the ground. Like as you can see here on FightHype, we actually have reactions. You know, we got Charlo, we got Duran, we got Errol Spence. Like, look at this. Like, you know, so don't leave the platform. I'm gonna get off and I'm gonna start doing my thing to upload stuff. Don't leave the platform. Because we got a lot of stuff right here, right? Like, we got some Errol Spence. You know what I mean? We got some Drana, some Charlo. You know? We got some Frank Martin. So don't leave the platform. Just, you know, head over to the site or to the page. So, do you see Charlo pressing Boots? Yeah, I saw it. Boots ain't really a trash talker. You know what I mean? You know, he's starting to warm up a little bit more, so. Heard Charlo say it was premature, that's why. Nah. I mean, dude, Jamel doesn't never have to defend his knockout Lubin because I thought that's nastier than what happened than what Vergil did. But yeah, Ortiz stopped Boots late. I want to say 8-10 rounds. Damn, yeah, that was not premature. That shit. If anything, that might have been a little too late. Still, you know, like his body did. It was rigor mortis. Like it. You know what I mean? Like his body stiffened up. I was like, shit, this about to be bad. So, but all right, y'all, man. Thanks, guys, man. You guys are awesome. How would Jamel versus Vergil go? It would go pretty. Ooh, Jamel just needs to come back and get a tune-up, man. We need a tune-up, man. Get back, man. That inactivity is going to be bad for these fighters if they don't fight. So, I mean, I know Crawford did it, but Crawford's always done that. Crawford's always had one fight a year for a long time. So, but neither here or there. You guys stay locked here on FightHype. Appreciate you guys as always. You guys are the best. Peace.